Welcome back, brothers to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into the lore when the Tyranids attacked the Iron Warriors fortress. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
Forge Fane hung in the void like a cannonball cast by hateful gods. It did not turn with the gentle dignity of a world that had once known seas, harvests, pilgrim roads, or cities raised for the comfort of men. It rotated with the slow menace of a loaded weapon, black iron continents crawling beneath storm belts of ash and toxin, its orbit choked by bastions, minefields, defense platforms, augur shrines, and dead moons dragged into place as armored gun nests. Every approach vector had been measured. Every shadow between its orbital stations had been plotted. Every possible line of attack had been considered by minds that had long ago replaced hope with geometry and mercy with range tables. Forge Fane was not a planet. It was a prison for the living, a foundry for death, a graveyard with gravity, and a monument to the arrogance of the Fourth Legion. Its oceans had been murdered centuries before, poisoned by promethium slicks, heavy metals, furnace runoff, and the oily excretions of demon engines chained beneath the crust. Its mountain ranges were hollow, their bones drilled out and packed with munitions, macro shells, armor plate, and cyclopean magazines fed by railways that never slept. Its plains were not plains, but killing grounds, flattened by orbital bombardment, crossed with trenches wide enough to swallow hab blocks, stitched with razor wire, tank traps, ferrocrete teeth, and buried mines waiting in patient silence beneath the dust. Every continent was a weapon diagram. Every valley was a funnel. Every gorge was a barrel. Every city was a fortress. Every fortress was bait. Above it all, the orbital bastions waited like iron saints. They were ugly things, because the Iron Warriors did not build for beauty. They built for endurance, for spite, for the cold satisfaction of seeing the enemy die exactly where the calculations said he would die. The bastions were slabs of armor and cathedral-sized weapons, their macro cannon mouths aimed into the dark, their lance batteries bound by chains of brass scripture, their crews fused into command thrones or shackled to loading rigs. Between them drifted mine belts so dense that the void itself seemed seeded with rusted stars. Some were simple plasma mines, some were gravitic snares, some were demon-bound murder machines, whispering in dead tongues to anything that came too close. Forge Fane had endured imperial crusades, Xenos raids, rival warbands, ambitious traitors, and the spite of centuries. Its name had become a curse spoken in siege camps and void ship strategiums. Men said no army could take it. Men said no fleet could crack it. Men said even Perturabo might pause before its walls. Warsmith Kolvax had heard such claims. He had not corrected them. Ironblood Citadel rose from the largest continent like a black nail driven into the skull of the world. Its foundations pierced into the mantle. Its upper bastions vanished into chemical storm clouds. Its curtain walls were not high in the way mortal walls were high. They were continental ridges faced in adamantium, layered with void shields, bristling with murder holes, las galleries, macro emplacements, missile shrines, and anti-Titan batteries. Its glacis fields stretched for leagues, sloping plains of ferrocrete and iron dust broken by bunkers, retractable gun domes, corpse pits, razor wire forests, and channels that could be flooded with burning chemicals at a command impulse. It was said that Kolvax had designed Ironblood Citadel as an answer to his gene sire. Not a prayer, not an offering, an answer. Perturabo had taught his sons that iron endured where flesh failed, that war was won not by glory, but by pressure, calculation, endurance, and the willingness to spend lives as ammunition. Kolvax had taken the lesson and carved it into a world. Ironblood was not designed to shelter. It was not built to preserve. It existed to prove an equation. Enough iron, enough fire, enough hatred, and even death itself would break against the wall. Within the citadel's highest strategium, beneath a vaulted ceiling of black iron and tarnished brass, warsmith Kolvax studied the approaching end. The chamber was a circle of shadow and cold light. Hololithic displays burned above a command pit crowded with servo skulls, tethered savants, gun servitors, and data thralls whose eyes had been removed and replaced with red augmetic lenses. Brass chains hung from the ceiling, each one suspending the flayed remains of a failed officer, a broken slave overseer, or an imperial commander taken during older wars. Their bones clicked softly when the ventilation systems breathed. Kolvax stood at the heart of it all in armor, the color of old iron. Hazard stripes crossed one pauldron in chipped yellow and black. His helm hung at his side, revealing a face like a statue carved from dead stone, pale, severe, the skin pulled tight over a skull reinforced by metal. One side of his jaw was augmetic. Cables entered the back of his shaven scalp and vanished beneath his gorget. His eyes were not fever-bright with madness. They were worse. They were calm. Around him stood his captains, iron warriors in plate marked by siege dust and old blood. Some wore helms crested with iron horns. Some bore bionics where mutation had been cut away. Some carried chain axes, thunder hammers, combi bolters, power fists, or servo arms still stained with machine oil and human gristle. None knelt, none cheered. Sons of the 4th Legion did not waste motion on theatre unless theatre served terror. Kolvax watched the distant swarm bloom across the hololith. "Report," he said. Siege Captain Draj Cordain stepped forward. His helm remained sealed, his voice issuing through a vox grill in a rasp of iron static. Outer mine belts armed, orbital bastions locked to predicted approach lanes, void shield layers cycling at full capacity, macro cannon batteries loaded, slave infantry deployed in forward redoubts, artillery corps chained to their pieces, Titan reactors awakened, defiler cohorts await release beneath the western engine vaults. Resource units? Acceptable. Ammunition? Abundant. Kolvax's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Certainties, he corrected. Cordain inclined his helm. Certainties, warsmith. Another captain spoke, his left arm ending in a heavy bionic claw that ticked softly as it opened and closed. The Xeno's mass exceeds initial auger projections. Thousands of void organisms, perhaps tens of thousands, smaller biosignatures beyond count. Kolvax looked at the hololith. The approaching shapes were not ships in any sane meaning of the word. They were vast, swollen, predatory silhouettes moving through the dark between stars. Some were like nautiloid fortresses of bone and gristle. Some trailed tendrils longer than hive spires. Some opened cavernous mouths and drank radiation from the void. Around them clustered lesser organisms in shoals, drifting with impossible unity. Hive Fleet Leviathan had come to Forge Fane. The warsmith studied the living armada for several long seconds. "Numbers are not victory," he said. "Numbers are only material waiting to be processed." No one answered. Approval among the Iron Warriors was silence. Agreement was the absence of correction. Kolvax gestured, and the hololith magnified the nearest tendril of the swarm. "The biological error approaches my walls," he said. "It has consumed worlds defended by faith, panic, instinct, and soft commanders. It will find none of those things here. Here, there is only iron. Here, there is only ordnance, pressure, and result. The first wave will die in orbit. The second will die in descent. The third will die upon the glacis. The fourth will crawl over the corpses of the first three and die closer to the guns. That is the shape of this war." A warpsmith, at the edge of the strategium, emitted a burst of binharic static through his throat grill. "And if it adapts?" Kolvax turned his pale gaze upon him. "Then we murder the adaptation." Far below the strategium, beneath kilometers of armor, prayer chains, gun decks, barracks, foundries, armories, corpse renderers, and smoke-blackened vaults, Varrock's 9 stood ankle-deep in mud that was not entirely mud, and watched a slave die for poor alignment. The artillery pit was one among thousands dug into the outer defense rings of Ironblood Citadel. Its basilisk platforms squatted in reinforced cradles, their long barrels elevated toward a sky the color of old bruises. Siege mortars rested nearby, like iron beasts with open throats. Ammunition cranes clanked overhead, chains rattled, warning bells tolled. Men coughed blood into their hands and kept working. Varrock's 9 wore the coat of a slave overseer, black leather reinforced with flak plates, the back painted in crude yellow hazard stripes to show his service to the Legion. He was not free. No, mortal on Forge Fane was free, but he held a shock maul, a ration token, and the authority to kill those lower than himself, and among the damned that passed for status. The dead gunner had been old, older than most survived. His spine had bent from shell labor. His hands were fused into claws from heat scars. He had misaligned a shell by a finger's width while guiding it into the breach of a siege mortar. The Iron Warrior overseeing the pit shot him through the head with a bolt pistol. The shell detonated inside the skull. Bone fragments and brain matter slapped across the breech casing, the loading rails, and the faces of the nearest crew. The body dropped without drama, legs twitching in the muck. A tally servitor rolled forward on squealing tracks, stamped a heated brand into the corpse's chest, and logged the loss in a voice like grinding teeth. Loader unit expended. Replacement required. Varrock's 9 swallowed the bile in his throat and kicked the nearest slave toward the gun. "You heard the count," he snarled. "Hands on the shell. Move, or I feed you to the breach myself." The slaves obeyed. They always obeyed in the end. Those who did not were made into examples, and those examples were made into fertilizer, servitors, or wall mortar. On Forge Fane, cruelty was not rage, it was administration. A man could be shot, recorded, replaced, and forgotten before his blood stopped steaming on the gun deck. The Iron Warrior looked down at Varrock's 9. Efficiency has degraded. Varrock felt his bowels tighten. Momentary, Lord. Corrected. The giant considered him through red lenses. See that it remains corrected. Then the sky screamed without sound. Every slave in the pit stopped at once, not because they had been ordered to, but because some pressure had descended through flesh and bone and thought. Varrock felt it behind his eyes first, a cold ache spreading inward. The Vox speakers mounted above the artillery platforms hissed. The gun servitors twitched in their cradles. One of the chained priests began a blessing to the guns, then faltered halfway through the words. Blood ran from his nose. Across Forge Fane, astropathic choirs died at their posts. Some screamed until their throats tore. Some bit through their own tongues. Some simply folded forward over their lecterns, eyes boiled white, souls snuffed like candles under a black ocean. Navigators aboard the orbital bastions clawed at their third eyes, sobbing that the warp had become teeth. Vox channels collapsed into layered static. Demon engines in their vaults pulled against their chains and howled through furnace throats. Machine spirits locked in targeting cogitators spasmed and spat error cant. Priests, heretics, slaves, and killers all felt it, though few understood it. The shadow in the warp had fallen over Forge Fane. In Ironblood Citadel, Kolvax felt the pressure touch the edges of his mind. He did not pray, he did not curse. He adjusted his internal filters, tasted blood at the back of his throat, and watched 3 mortal savants collapse in the command pit. One tore at the sockets of his augmetic eyes until his fingers came away slick. Another vomited black fluid over a data altar. The third began laughing, then stopped when Cordain crushed his skull beneath one iron boot. Psychana relays failing, reported the warpsmith. Astropathic transmission severed, warp entities agitated. Several bound engines are resisting restraint. Beat them until they remember their chains, Kolvax said. Acknowledged. The first contact came in silence. At the edge of the system, Leviathan touched the outer mine veil. A bioship, vast and pale and armored in ridges of chitin thick as fortress walls, drifted into a gravitic snare. The mine woke. Space bent. The organism convulsed as invisible force pulled it apart in a slow blossom of ruptured armor, torn organs, and freezing ichor. Secondary plasma mines ignited around it, turning its wound cloud into a brief, ugly star. Lesser organisms vanished in the flash. More came on. A second bioship absorbed 3 mines along its flank, shed a kilometer-wide sheet of flesh, and continued. A third vomited clouds of smaller organisms ahead of itself, triggering the mines with expendable bodies. A fourth turned its own corpse into cover, dying across a lane so that others could pass through the drifting remains. The orbital bastions opened fire. Macro. Cannon batteries roared in the void, recoil absorbed by adamantium spines and grav anchors sunk deep into dead moons. Lance beams cut through darkness. Plasma warheads bloomed among the swarm. Defense platforms spat streams of shells the size of HAB units. Bioships ruptured, spilling fluids that crystallized in space, organs folding outward like obscene flowers. Tendrils snapped and drifted. Chitin plates spun through the mine belts. Frozen alien blood glittered in the starlight. For a time, the void around Forge Fane became a slaughterhouse without air. On the surface, the guns answered the guns above. Loading cranes hauled shells from mountain vaults. Gun servitors chanted firing solutions in broken Binharic. Chained priests screamed blessings to weapons that hated them. Slaves dragged ammunition across rails, slick with oil and blood. Overseers beat them with shock mauls. Iron warriors walked the firing steps, correcting angles, checking breaches, executing weakness. Void shields shimmered over the bastions in layered halos. Trenches were flooded with chemical fire. Minefields woke beneath the ash. Flak towers elevated their barrels toward the heavens. In the engine courts before Ironblood Citadel, Chaos Titans stirred. They stood like gods built by bitter men. Warhounds crouched in their berths, reactor hearts rising from slumber. Reavers loomed behind them, their armor plates inscribed with blasphemous kill oaths. Farther back, half veiled by smoke and cathedral gantries, greater engines waited in silence. Their princeps were sealed in command sarcophagi. Their moderati whispered to machine spirits that whispered back in voices like rusted knives. War horns sounded, low and vast, making the slave armies tremble. Beneath the western vaults, defilers clawed at their restraints. Above the citadel walls, obliterators watched the sky with weapon flesh twitching across their arms, barrels forming and dissolving, muzzles drooling heat. Varrox 9 stood in the artillery pit as the first burning fragments of Tyranid dead streaked across the atmosphere. They fell like meteors, leaving green-white scars in the clouds. Some were debris, some were still alive. One smashed into a distant redoubt and rose moments later as a tower of thrashing tendrils before the guns erased it. "Load!" Varrox shouted. The slaves loaded. "Prime!" They primed. "Fire!" The basilisk platform bucked. The shell screamed upward into the poisoned sky. Around him, thousands of guns joined the hymn. The ground shook, as if Forge Fane itself had begun to laugh. In the highest parapet of Ironblood Citadel, warsmith Kolvax stood beneath a sky turning black with incoming flesh. Spore pods entered the atmosphere in their billions. They burned as they fell, but they did not stop. Mycetic bodies split cloud layers. Chitin shells glowed red. Trails of boiling fluid marked their descent. The heavens thickened, darkened, and seemed to sag beneath the weight of the oncoming swarm. The sky became meat. The horizon became teeth. Cordain stood behind his warsmith, bolter mag locked, helm lenses reflecting the burning rain. "First atmospheric wave has committed," he voxed. Kolvax watched the living projectiles fall toward his world. There was no awe in him, no fear, no wonder, only the cold satisfaction of an equation entering proof. "Let them spend themselves against iron," he said. The first rain struck Forge Fane like a disease-given weather. It came through the burning heavens in pods of bone, gristle, chitin, and hardened mucus shell. They fell in their billions, each one trailing fire as the atmosphere clawed at it, each one carrying some fragment of the greater hunger coiled within. The sky did not merely darken, it thickened. It curdled with descent trails, burning spores, drifting clouds of alien matter, and the black silhouettes of winged things falling through flak bursts like flies through a furnace. Forge Fane answered before the first pod touched its soil. Hydra batteries rotated on their armored mounts. Flak towers rose from concealed housings in the glacis fields, their cogitators awakening with predatory clicks. Quad autocannon arrays tracked and fired, their barrels glowing cherry red beneath veils of smoke. Warp-fed laser lances stabbed upward from the citadel galleries, thin and hateful beams of unnatural light punching through the lower clouds and cutting descending organisms into twitching sections. Macro flak shells burst in the upper air, each detonation flowering into a storm of metal teeth that shredded wings, split carapaces, and turned falling broods into expanding red mist. The sky bled. Gargoyles burst apart in squalls of black ichor and torn membrane. Winged Tyranid warriors twisted in the firestorm, their blade limbs folding inward as autocannon streams hammered them into spirals of meat and broken shell. Brood pods cracked open too early, spilling gaunts and feeder organisms into open air, where they tumbled burning and screaming without voices, smashed by pressure waves or vaporized by last beams before they could ever smell the ground. Larger shapes descended behind them, harridans with wings like flayed sails, their vast bodies weaving through fire with impossible grace until the guns found them, marked them, and erased grace beneath mathematics. Every approach to Ironblood Citadel had been measured before the Tyranids were spawned, in whatever abyssal darkness birthed them. Every landing zone had been pre-sighted. Every valley, crater, ash flat, trench mouth, ridgeline, and corpse pit had a number in the guns of Forge Fane. The Iron Warriors had not looked upon the world and seen terrain. They had seen angles. They had seen ranges. They had seen future graves. When the first mycetic spores struck the killing grounds, they did not land in battlefields. They landed in execution chambers. One pod slammed into the ash flats before Bastion Karen, split open along wet seams, and vomited termagants into the poisoned air. The creatures unfolded with instinctive speed, flesh borers twitching, sensory pits flaring. They had taken perhaps 3 steps before a pre-arranged artillery grid fell upon them. The first shells lifted them from the ground in chunks. The second wave turned those chunks into pulp. The third struck the pod itself and burst it outward in a fountain of bone, acid, and cooked organs. Nothing remained but a smoking crater lined with scraps of alien cartilage and twitching limbs. Another brood emerged beside a razor-wire forest. Hormagaunts burst from their pod in a knot of talons and hunger, bounding low, fast, and silent across the black dust. The wire caught them. Monofilament strands and hooked adamantium coils sliced through limbs, throats, bellies, and faces. Some forced themselves onward, dragging loops of their own intestines and severed limbs behind them. Heavy bolters opened from hidden bunkers. The brood vanished in overlapping fire, bodies snapping backward and sideways as explosive rounds punched through chitin and detonated within soft cavities. The Iron Warriors watched through helm lenses and firing slits. They did not cheer. Draj Cordain stood upon the command gantry above the outer trench rings, one fist clamped around the rail, the other resting near the mag-locked bolter at his thigh. His helm lenses burned a dull red through smoke and falling ash. Below him, slave battalions crowded the firing steps, packed shoulder to shoulder in flak scraps, rusted helms, hazard-branded coats, and chains. They held autoguns, laslocks, grenade tubes, and pikes tipped with mining charges. Most were shaking. Some wept. A few prayed to gods that had never heard them and never would. Behind them, in reserve trenches cut deeper and cleaner, the Iron Warriors waited in silence. "Forward lines hold position," Cordain voxed. The mortal officers repeated the order with cracked voices and shock mauls. The slaves held. A cloud of gargoyles descended through the flak storm toward Trenchbelt Moros. Their wings beat in ragged unison, their mouths open, their bioweapons spitting living ammunition and streams of corrosive filth. Acid rain fell across the forward firing step. Men screamed as their faces melted inside their helms. Hands dissolved around rifle stocks. Eyes burst in their sockets. A slave officer tried to turn and run, slipping on the liquefied remains of the men beside him. An Iron Warrior behind the line shot him through the spine, then used the corpse as a firing rest. "Vector confirmed," Cordain said. His voice did not change as hundreds of slaves died below him. He marked the angle on his retinal display, watched the gargoyle swarm commit to the descent path, and opened the artillery channel. "Saturation pattern Erebos. Depth 3. Delay none." The answer came as a chorus of gun thunder. The trench line vanished beneath the bombardment. Shells fell ahead of the slave battalions, among them and behind them, because the angle demanded total saturation, and the lives beneath the fire were not part of the calculation. Gargoyles burst like rotten fruit. Men were shredded beside them, their bodies torn open by shrapnel and pressure, organs flung across duckboards, brains steaming against sandbags, ribs opened like cages beneath the rain of metal. The Iron Warriors behind the line endured the concussion without flinching. Their armor registered impacts. Their minds registered data. Cordain watched the last gargoyle fall into the trench, its burning wing wrapped around a screaming gunner. He marked the vector closed. "Efficient," he said. Varrox 9 heard the order to keep firing and obeyed before fear could make him slow. The artillery pit had become a slaughter yard. Acid hissed on the gun shields. The nearest basilisk platform was painted in alien fluids and human blood. One loader had lost both hands when a shell casing slipped and crushed them against the breach. Varrox had ordered him kicked aside. Another slave took his place. The Iron Warrior assigned to the pit stood amid the chaos, like a statue of judgment, bolt pistol drawn, helm turning every time a crew hesitated. "Elevation by 2 degrees, the giant ordered. Varrox repeated it. "Elevation by 2 degrees. Move, Carrion, move." A slave slipped in the blood muck. The shell suspended above him swung on its crane chain, smashed into his chest, and folded him backward with a sound like wet timber breaking. Bone punched through his coat. He was still alive, mouth opening and closing, when the overseer servitor dragged him from the loading rail by one ankle. "Loader unit damaged," the servitor rasped. "Replace," Varrox snapped. He looked upward as a shadow crossed the pit. For an instant he thought night had fallen. A harridan came down burning. The beast had been hit by flak above the outer bastions. One wing was gone. The other beat uselessly, skeletal spars trailing fire and ropes of torn membrane. Its long body rolled through the smoke, shrieking through a throat that had no fear in it. It struck the trenchworks beyond the artillery pit with the force of a collapsing hab tower. The impact hurled slaves into the air like broken dolls. Its ribbed chest split open across the duckboards, spilling steaming organs, digestive fluids, and thrashing parasite beasts into the trench. Hundreds died beneath it, crushed flat in armor, pulped into the mud, or dissolved where the creature's blood washed over them. Varrox saw men trapped beneath chitin plates, screaming as their lower bodies disappeared under burning alien meat. He saw a gunner claw at his own face after acid sprayed through his goggles. He saw a priest with no legs dragging himself through the mud, still chanting a blessing to the gun with half his jaw hanging loose. Then heavy bolters opened from the reserve line, and tore the harridan's head apart. The skull burst in stages. Bone plates cracked. Black eyes vanished. Wet ropes of brain matter and nerve tissue slapped across the parapet. The corpse spasmed once, flattened another dozen slaves, and lay still. The guns kept firing. Across the killing grounds, Leviathan pressed on. The Tyranids did not recoil from the slaughter. They did not slow, because death had become dense beneath them. They did not seek courage, because courage was a thing for creatures that understood fear. They came with animal ferocity, and something worse than animal purpose. Each organism died into the mind that had shaped it. Each burst spore, each flayed gargoyle, each gaunt vaporized before orientation, each warrior speared by last fire, each harridan dragged from the sky by the guns, all of it fed a single invisible appetite. Ranges were tasted, fire rhythms were measured, blind spots were discovered by bodies entering them and living a heartbeat longer than others. The hive mind learned by sacrifice and did not know the word sacrifice. Where a brood died too quickly, the next came lower. Where flak tore wings apart, more bodies descended behind the drifting corpses. Where chemical fire flooded a trench, gaunts ran through it until their bodies choked the channel and the next wave crossed over them. Where mines consumed the first organisms, the second spread wider, and the third burrowed shallow, and the fourth leapt the blast patterns using the dead as stepping stones. Kolvax watched from the inner parapets of Ironblood Citadel as his world murdered the sky. His command feeds showed thousands of engagements at once. Red runes marked confirmed kills. Amber runes marked active breaches. Black runes marked slave positions wiped from the map. None troubled him. Slave icons were meant to vanish. That was their function. Ammunition expenditure remained within acceptable bands. Void shield cycling remained stable. Orbital attrition was heavier than first projection, but not beyond correction. The Xenos were dying in obscene quantities. Below the Citadel gates, the Titans walked. War horns sounded across the glacis fields, deep enough to vibrate blood in mortal veins. The gate bastions opened through veils of smoke, and the first corrupted warhounds strode into the killing ground, lean and predatory, their armor dark, their weapon arms waking with sun-bright fury. Behind them came reavers, immense and brutal, their banners hanging in scorched tatters, their princeps entombed in command agony, their machine spirits snarling against chains of code and sacrament. The swarm surged to meet them. A warhound's plasma blast gun fired into a mass of advancing termagants and hormagaunts. Daylight erupted at ground level. A trench of white fire carved through the swarm, turning hundreds of organisms into shadows, ash, and droplets of boiling alien fat. Its Vulcan megabolter followed, a sustained roar that stitched the earth with impacts, creating rivers of torn chitin and shredded flesh. Tyranids vanished beneath the torrent, bodies exploding, limbs spinning, shells cracking open to reveal pale meat within. A Reaver Titan took aim at a charging Carnifex brood. Its turbo laser destructor fired. The beams struck with godlike contempt. The lead bioform ceased to exist above the waist. The second toppled with its thorax opened, organs flashing into steam. The third continued for another few strides, despite losing half its head, then collapsed beneath a rain of missiles from the Reaver's carapace launcher. Around its feet, Iron Warriors' tanks rolled forward in disciplined lines, Vindicators and Predators firing into anything that emerged from the smoke. Still, the Tyranids came. A larger shape moved beyond the outer corpse fields. At first, it was only a ridge rising through the ash storm. Then it stepped forward, and the ridge became a living god of chitin. A bio-titan advanced toward Ironblood Citadel, vast enough that smaller organisms swarmed around its legs like insects around a shrine. Its carapace was scarred by orbital debris and flak, but it did not fall. Its weapon symbiotes pulsed along its limbs. Psychic pressure gathered around it like a storm front. Where its hooves struck the ground, trenches collapsed and bodies burst beneath the weight. Cordain saw it on the command feed. "Priority mark," he voxed. "All batteries bearing on central approach. "Kill the engine beast." The fortress obeyed. Lascanon galleries opened along the walls of Ironblood Citadel, hundreds of beams converging on the Bio-Titan's chest and head. Macro shells hammered into its shoulders, bursting in craters of torn shell and exposed muscle. Demon-bound plasma mortars coughed from recessed pits, their shots howling with trapped warp echoes as they struck and burned deep. The warhounds turned their guns. The reavers added their wrath. Missile shrines emptied into the air. The Bio-Titan staggered. It did not scream in fear. It did not plead. It advanced because the will behind it demanded advance. A turbo laser beam cut one forelimb away. A macro shell blew open its abdomen, spilling ropes of organs thick as hab corridors. Plasma fire washed across its head and boiled one eye cluster into black running slime. It reached the edge of the main killing field before the final salvo struck. The beast died standing. For several heartbeats it remained upright, burning from within, its limbs locked. Its carapace cracked open to reveal furnaces of cooked meat. Then it collapsed forward, smashing into the ground with enough force to shake dust from the battlements of Ironblood Citadel. Its corpse became a hill, steaming, twitching, and vast. Acid blood ran down its flanks in streams. Lesser Tyranids immediately climbed it, using the dead giant as cover from the guns. Kolvax observed the adaptation. "Resourceful," he said. It was not praise. Warpsmith Malbrek Thane received the next authorization in the engine vaults beneath the western gate. He stood amid chains, heat, and screaming metal. His armor was layered with servo limbs, injector claws, mechadendrites, and ritual tools. His face was hidden behind an iron mask fused into his skull. Around him, the defilers strained in their pens, crab-legged engines of brass, iron, demon meat, and cannon fury. Their battle cannons rotated, their claws flexed, their bound entities spat curses through vox grills and furnace throats, eager for the open slaughter above. Malbrek lifted one clawed hand. "Release cohorts," he intoned. The vault gates opened. Hundreds of defilers crawled from the fortress like a plague of iron spiders. They came through the gate tunnels and onto the killing grounds with impossible speed for things so large. Battle cannons roared from their upper hulls. Reaper autocannons churned. Heavy flamers vomited sheets of burning promethium across gaunt broods. Great claws snapped shut on Tyranid warriors, crushing them into pulp, or lifted carnifexes from the ground and tore them open in sprays of black blood and pale organs. Demons laughed through machine throats as shells detonated among the swarms. The Tyranids answered as they answered all things, without anger. They crawled over their dead toward the engines. Termagants fired living ammunition into joints. Hormagaunts leapt and died beneath claws to slow a limb for the next brood. Gargoyles descended into autocannon fire until enough burning bodies struck a gun housing to clog it. Warriors directed broods with twitching gestures and synaptic pulses, sending lesser creatures into the same death again and again until a weakness opened. A defiler crushed a dozen gaunts beneath one leg. Rippers swarmed over the limb before it lifted again, chewing through cables, demon flesh, and lubricant sacs. The engine shook them off and fired into the ground, blasting itself free in a fountain of bodies. Another engine charged too far ahead, exulting through its vox speakers, and vanished under a tide of chitin. Its cannon fired once, twice, then exploded as Tyranids forced themselves into its mechanisms. The ground before Ironblood Citadel disappeared beneath corpses. Tyranid dead lay in heaps higher than bunker roofs. Chitin, wing membrane, shattered talons, severed heads, burst organs, and limbs without number carpeted the ash fields. Human dead mingled with them in the trenches, slave bodies crushed, dissolved, burned, or torn open. Servitor augurs, sent to measure the depth of the corpse layers, returned inconsistent readings before their tracks clogged with meat. In some sectors, the guns fired not into advancing organisms, but into hills of dead biomass that moved because things beneath them were still crawling. The Iron Warriors began to believe, not in hope. They had no use for hope. They believed in the proof of their own design. They believed in barrels that had not yet split, shields that had not yet failed, walls that had not yet cracked, and kill ratios that would have made mortal commanders weep with triumph. They believed because everything visible told them the enemy was spending itself against iron and losing. Kolvax allowed himself one moment of contemptuous satisfaction. He stood before the hololithic projection of the killing fields and watched the red runes multiply. Beyond the strategium windows, the sky still burned. Beneath the walls, the living ocean broke and broke and broke again. "They bleed," he said. "Therefore they are finite." His captains received the words in silence. Far below the corpse fields, where the guns could not see and the augurs read only static through layers of death, feeder organisms moved in the dark. They dragged strips of flesh downward. They pulled broken gaunts, dead slaves, torn gargoyles, severed limbs, and ruptured organs into gaps beneath the cooling bodies. Tiny claws widened cracks in the poisoned soil. Soft-bodied things secreted fluids that loosened ash, bone, and metal fragments. Rippers vanished beneath the corpse carpet and did not return. Capillary threads spread like veins through the lower layers of the dead, tasting blood, promethium, iron, heat, pressure, vibration. The surface was fire. The walls were death. The sky was murder. The ground beneath it all was open. Deep in the crust of Forge Fane, something vast shifted through darkness, older than the fortress above. Stone trembled. Ancient pipes groaned. Buried ammunition rails ticked out of alignment by a fraction no Iron Warrior yet noticed. The hive mind had learned. The wall was not the weakness. The ground was. By the time the first wave had been murdered, the approaches to Ironblood Citadel no longer resembled terrain. They were an ocean of corpses. The dead lay in ridges, dunes, drifts, and steaming heaps across the glacis fields. Chitin plates jutted from the ash like broken shields. Clawed limbs twitched long after the nerves behind them had been severed. Gargoyle wings flapped weakly in the wind, torn loose from bodies that had been pulped into paste. Bioship fragments and spore husks smoked in craters. Tyranid warriors lay in pieces amid the wire, their skulls split open, their blade arms still locked around the men they had killed. Thousands of slave soldiers lay among them, crushed flat beneath alien bodies, dissolved in acid pools, burned into blackened shapes against ferrocrete, or opened from throat to groin by talons that had not cared what they were cutting. The guns did not cease. Forge Fane had no silence to give the dead. Heavy bolters continued to hammer any movement in the corpse fields. Autocannon turrets tracked spasms and fired until nothing twitched. Promethium throwers mounted in recessed bunkers coughed greasy flame across the bodies, turning the lower approaches into black oceans of fire. The flames crawled over alien dead and human dead alike. Fat hissed, chitin cracked. Acid sacs burst in brief green flares. Slaves trapped beneath the bodies screamed as the Promethium found them, their voices rising through the thunder until the heat took their lungs. Warsmith Kolvax watched it all through a wall of hololithic projections. His strategium smelled of hot iron, machine incense, blood, and burnt circuitry. Data thralls hung in harnesses around the command pit, their mouths sutured open around vox plugs, their hands twitching as they processed casualty returns. Servo skulls drifted in slow circles, projecting tactical overlays across the chamber. Each sector of the battlefield hung before Kolvax in red, amber, and black rune light. Each dead slave was a subtraction. Each destroyed gun was a correction. Each slain Tyranid was proof. Corpse accumulation along the western glacis is obstructing line of sight from Bastion Vorga, reported Draj Cordain. Burn it, Kolvax said. Promethium expenditure will rise above projected allocation. Then adjust the projection. Cordain inclined his helm and passed the order. Across the western approaches, Subterranean valves opened beneath the corpse carpet. Promethium surged through hidden channels and erupted from vents disguised as shattered masonry. Fire rolled outward in sheets. Miles of dead Tyranids vanished beneath oily flame. Where the flames reached ruptured biosacs, they detonated in wet thunder, flinging organs, shell fragments, and boiling ichor into the air. Clouds of black smoke climbed into the poisoned heavens, thick with the stink of cooked alien meat and human marrow. Kolvax did not order the burning from disgust. Disgust was a luxury of weaker minds. He burned the dead to deny the living cover. He burned them to deny the swarm biomass. He burned them because the enemy had already shown a willingness to climb its own corpses, and Forge Fane would not provide ladders to its walls. His captains and warpsmiths gathered around the command pit beneath the hanging bones of older failures. Their armor was dark with ash and oil. Their voices came through vox grills in disciplined bursts of static, each report hard, technical, without ornament. Ammunition expenditure remains within sustainable margins for the first defensive cycle, said Cordain. Barrel fatigue is elevated in northern flak towers. Replacement crews are already dead in several forward pits. Slave depletion is severe but acceptable. Define severe, Kolvax said. 8 slave battalions annihilated. 11 rendered combat ineffective. 5 artillery pits operating below required loading speed due to acid exposure, panic, or limb loss. Replace panic with execution, Kolvax said. Replace limb loss with chains and hooks. Continue. A warpsmith with a bronze mask fused into his skull spoke next. Malbrek Thane's mechadendrites crawled over the strategium floor like iron serpents, tapping at data ports and tasting machine code through needle tongues. Void shield cycling remains stable. Outer layer absorbed spore impact and bioplasma splash without breach. Shield pylons 3, 7, and 19 report thermal strain, but no structural compromise. Demon engine aggression index is elevated after prolonged exposure to Xenos biomass. The Defiler cohorts demand release beyond assigned vectors. They demand nothing, Kolvax said. They are engines. They are engines with bound hungers, Warsmith. Then starve them until I require their appetite. A captain named Routh, his helm crested with a broken iron halo, stepped forward. One of his arms was bionic from shoulder to talon, the metal polished clean where mutation had once tried to flower and had been cut away. The Xenos will adapt, Routh said. Its first assault was wasteful, but not ignorant. Its later broods avoided several fire lanes. Gargoyle swarms used corpse smoke before the wave ended. Burrowing signatures were detected beneath the forward fields. Kolvax looked at him. Around the chamber, the Iron Warriors became still. Routh did not recant. Sons of the 4th Legion respected accuracy more than comfort, and fear of truth was for mortals. He continued, "If the swarm retains the data of its dead, the next assault will not follow the same pattern." Kolvax's expression remained carved from iron patience. "Then we will murder the adaptation." No one cheered. No one praised the answer. The calculation moved on. When Leviathan came again, it did not come the same way. The second wave descended lower, slower, and hidden. Gargoyle broods flew beneath the smoke mantle, skimming over burning corpse hills and through heat shimmer that distorted targeting Auspex returns. Their wings were coated in soot and alien slime. They used the haze of their own dead as cover, weaving between flak bursts rather than falling through them. Behind them drifted spore mines, pale, swollen sacs of explosive tissue carried by chemical buoyancy, sliding into blind spots beneath the arc of macro guns and between the overlapping cones of Hydra fire. Venomthropes moved through the corpse fields like drifting nightmares, their tendrils dragging over the dead. They vented clouds of toxic fog that spread low across the trenches, not thick enough to blind the Iron Warriors, but enough to drown mortal lungs and rot exposed skin. Slaves at the forward firing steps began to cough blood into their masks. Some vomited pieces of lung into their hands. Others fired blindly into the smoke until their weapons clicked empty. Farther back, living artillery dug itself into the ash. Biovores hunched among the dead, pulsing and shuddering as they launched fresh spore mines in high, lazy arcs. Larger organisms, hunched and thick-shelled, braced themselves against the ground and spat streams of bioplasma toward gun nests with terrifying precision. The first bastion to be struck lost its upper firing slit in a spray of molten ferrocrete. The crew inside were boiled in their armor. Their screams ran over the Vox for less than a heartbeat before Cordain cut the channel. "Counter battery," he ordered. "Suppress all living artillery. Forward slaves remain in position." The slave battalions remained because the Iron Warriors behind them had guns. The fog swallowed them in pieces. Varrock's 9 crouched in a command dugout, roofed with corrugated plasteel, his hands locked around the grip of his shock maul. The dugout stank of sweat, burnt hair, promethium, and bowel fear. His artillery superior, Overseer Hask, leaned over a slate table, screaming coordinates into a vox bead, while shells shook dust from the ceiling. Hask was a broad, scarred man with augmetic eyes and an iron collar bolted through the meat of his neck. He had served the Legion long enough to believe cruelty made him strong. "Pit Karen is silent," said one of the Vox slaves. "Mark them dead," Hask snarled. "Shift their allocation to Pit Deimos. Deimos reports spore drift inside their blind arc. Then they fire through it. They say they cannot see." Hask drew his pistol. "They do not need eyes to obey." Something moved behind him. Varrox did not see it enter. No one did. One moment the rear of the dugout was empty shadow and hanging smoke. The next, Hask's chest opened, not with the crude impact of a shell or the tearing frenzy of a gaunt, but with surgical speed. 4 hooked talons slid through his back and emerged from his ribs, lifting him from the floor. His pistol fired once into the ceiling. Blood poured down his coat. His augmetic eyes flared wide, trying to turn, trying to understand the shape of the thing that had already killed him. The lictor unfolded out of invisibility. It was taller than a man by far, all blade limbs, ridged chitin, feeder tendrils, and a head like a nightmare carved for hunting. Camouflage faded from its hide in oily ripples as it peeled Hask open. The Overseer's ribs came apart with wet pops. His lungs slid out in glistening folds. The lictor lowered its head and pushed tendrils into the ruin of his chest, tasting blood, hormones, fear, command pheromones, and human memory. The Vox slaves froze. Varrox threw himself sideways beneath a heap of bodies before thought could catch up with terror. The corpses were recent. One had no face. Another was missing everything below the waist. A third was still alive, breathing through a throat full of blood, fingers clawing weakly at Varrox's sleeve. Varrox put one hand over the dying man's mouth and held him still. The lictor killed the Vox slaves without haste. A talon through the skull, a blade through the belly, a hooked limb around the neck, twisting until bone cracked. One tried to crawl under the table. The lictor caught him by the ankle, lifted him, and split him from groin to sternum. Guts slapped across the floor in steaming ropes. The creature's tendrils tasted the air again. Varrox lay under the dead and did not breathe. The lictor stepped closer. Its clawed foot pressed onto the corpse above him, squeezing blood down across Varrox's cheek. He could smell it. Alien musk, wet iron, the acid stink of Tyranid saliva. Its feeder tendrils drifted near the corpse pile, tasting, almost touching. Varrox felt the dying man beneath his hand convulse once, then go limp. The lictor turned its head toward the trench beyond. Heavy boots struck the dugout entrance. Iron warriors entered firing. Bolter rounds hammered the lictor before it could fade again. The first shot blew open its shoulder. The second tore through its hip. The third detonated in its throat, bursting feeder tendrils into black strings. It leapt anyway, taking one iron warrior to the ground, talons screeching across ceramite. A chain axe came down and bit into its skull. Another bolter fired point blank into its abdomen until its body came apart across the dugout floor. Cordain stepped over Hask's opened corpse and looked down at the ruin. "Command node compromised," one of his warriors said. "Then it is no longer a command node," Cordain replied. His helm turned toward the corpse pile. Varrox remained still. "Survivor," said the Iron Warrior. Varrox crawled out slowly, coated in blood that was not all his own. "My lord," he rasped. Cordain looked at him for a long moment. "You saw it enter?" "No, lord." "You saw it kill?" "Yes, lord." "Then remember the method. Report to replacement command. Continue firing." Varrox stared at Hask's peeled body, at the empty cavity where authority had lived a moment earlier. "Yes, lord." The counter-assault began before the lictor's blood had stopped spreading. Cordain led the Iron Warriors into the compromised trench sector with the brutal economy of executioners. They advanced behind hazard-striped siege shields. Bolters braced over the upper rims, flamers hissing, meltaguns glowing, chain axes growling at their sides. Mortal survivors stumbled in front of them, some fleeing the fog, some choking, some begging. The Iron Warriors fired through them when the gaunts came. Hormagaunts burst from the toxic haze in a low, leaping mass. Bolters spoke. Explosive rounds tore through chitin and detonated inside bodies, throwing limbs, claws, heads, and wet organs across the duckboards. Flamers washed the trench mouths in burning promethium, reducing the first ranks to writhing silhouettes. A Carnifex pushed through the smoke, its shell blackened, its claws sweeping aside sandbags and men. A meltagun blast took it in the chest, boring a white hole through carapace and meat. It kept moving until Cordain met it with a power fist. The blow landed against its jaw with a sound like a tank collision. Bone and teeth exploded outward. A second blow crushed what remained of its head into the trench wall. The Iron Warriors were not noble. They did not save the wounded. They used them. Cordain ordered a line of injured slaves dragged into an exposed communication trench, their blood and screams drawing gaunts from the smoke. When the creatures came, bounding over the dying men, the Iron Warriors triggered mines beneath the trench floor. The blast lifted men and Tyranids together in a red column. Pieces rained down across Cordain's armor. He did not wipe them away. "Vector closed," he said. At Bastion Kaldrak, the wall began to fail under living artillery. The upper plates buckled inward. Shield flare rippled across the embrasures. Tyranid warriors and raveners poured through a service trench, blasted open by bioplasma. The Bastion's mortal crew died screaming in its lower galleries, dragged into vents, cut apart in stairwells, or pinned to ammunition racks by bonesawed limbs. Malbrek Thane answered with tools he despised. The obliterators came from the inner vaults, like walking blasphemies of flesh and iron. Their bodies were swollen beyond the shape of space marines, armor fused with muscle, skin fused with weapon housings, barrels growing from limbs in spasms of mutation. The Iron Warriors hated such corruption. They severed mutation from their own bodies when they could, replacing weakness with bionics, iron, and craft. But hatred did not prevent use. The Fourth Legion had never confused disgust with inefficiency. The obliterators entered Bastion Kaldrak and became a gun line made of cancer. Lascannons grew from their forearms and fired, spearing Tyranid warriors through the chest, blasting them back in halves. Plasma guns boiled out of shoulder masses and vomited star-hot death into Ravener coils. Autocannons unfolded from rib cages and chewed through gaunts packed shoulder to shoulder in the corridors. Meltaguns formed from pulsing handflesh, reducing larger organisms to bubbling ruin. One obliterator laughed as a weapon formed from its jaw and fired through its own scream. Raveners struck from the walls, erupting through cracked ferrocrete. The obliterators turned and slaughtered them. A Tyranid warrior drove a bone sword through one mutant giant's abdomen. The obliterator looked down at the blade, then grew a chain cannon from its chest and shredded the creature into wet fragments without moving away. Black blood, human blood, and metallic pus ran together across the bastion floor. Malbrek observed through remote feeds. "Effective," he said. His voice contained contempt. Outside, the Tyranids tested the void shields, not with weapons alone, but with bodies. Living towers of biomass surged toward the shield halos, formed from gaunts climbing gaunts, gargoyles tangling in masses, feeder organisms secreting adhesive slime, and larger beasts driving the packed bodies forward. They hit the shimmering barriers and burst, flesh flattened against invisible force, carapaces cracked, organs liquefied. The front layers died instantly, but the mass behind continued to push. Above them, winged broods hurled themselves at shield pylons, carrying spore mines in their claws or their mouths. Some were burned from the air by las fire. Some burst against the pylon casings. Others landed long enough to claw at cables before being erased. The shields held. The Iron Warriors answered with layered discipline. Outer guns stripped the air. Inner guns cut down what passed through. Mortars walked fire across the biomass towers. Lascanon galleries lanced the larger beasts anchoring them. Basilisks and medusas hurled shells into the dense masses until the living towers became hills of ruptured meat sliding down the shield face. Forge Fane endured because it had been made by minds that expected hatred from every direction. Kolvax watched the test and saw no miracle. "Shield pylons remain intact," Malbrek reported. "Of course they do," Kolvax said. Then he gave the order to harvest. Slave reserves were driven into the ash wastes under Iron Warrior's guard. They went with hooks, chain nets, specimen canisters, cutting saws, and explosive collars locked around their necks. Their task was to recover unexploded Tyranid biomatter from the corpse fields, spore mines that had failed to detonate, fragments of living weaponry, acid sacs, parasite clusters, gland knots, anything that might yield useful data. Thousands died before the first hour ended. A slave lifted what looked like a hardened egg sac and screamed as it opened in his hands, releasing needle-limbed parasites that burrowed through his palms, up his arms, and into his chest. His rib cage bulged outward, his mouth filled with black foam. Then he burst from within, his torso opening in a wet flower, organs slapping onto the ash as feeder larvae spilled out and were immediately incinerated by a flamer team. Another group tried to drag a spore mine into a containment sled. It pulsed once, almost thoughtfully, then detonated. Acid spray ate through masks, faces, throats, and armor scraps. Men fell clutching skulls that no longer had skin. One staggered blind into a mine stake and exploded at the waist. Varrox 9 watched a boy with a branding scar across his scalp split open from internal parasites. The boy had been laughing moments earlier, perhaps because fear had broken something inside him. Then his belly moved. His eyes went wide. A claw pressed outward beneath his skin. Varrox saw the shape of it stretch the flesh before it tore free. The boy collapsed, shrieking, while 3 small organisms chewed their way out of him and tried to flee into the ash. An Iron Warrior beside Varrox adjusted his Auspex filter. "Incubation response confirmed," the warrior said. "Mark sample group as viable." Varrox stared at the boy's open body. The Iron Warrior turned his helm slightly. "Did you receive the instruction?" Varrox forced himself to answer. "Yes, Lord. Sample group viable. Continue collection." The victory reports continued into the dark cycle. Enemy casualties beyond reliable count. Surface attack broken in multiple sectors. Shield layers stable. Bastion Kaldrak recovered. Lictor infiltration contained. Living artillery suppressed in 3 approach zones. Slave depletion elevated but acceptable. Demon engine agitation controlled. Obliterator deployment effective. Corpse fields burning. Then the floor of the strategium trembled. It was small. A mortal might have missed it beneath the endless thunder of guns. A cup of oil trembled on a data altar. A chain of bones swayed. One of Malbrek's mechadendrites lifted from the floor, sensing vibration through the metal. Cordaine's helm turned down, then toward the nearest seismic display. A red rune pulsed deep beneath the fortress map. "Impact stress," Kolvax said, before anyone could speak. Malbrecht's mechadendrites slid into a console. "Depth reading is inconsistent with surface bombardment. Clarify. Disturbance below primary trench foundations. Possibly old tectonic recoil. Possibly magazine shift. Possibly tunneling." Cordain stepped closer to the display. "Order subterranean auspex sweeps beneath all forward supply arteries," he said. Kolvax looked at him. "Do you countermand my assessment?" "I refine it, warsmith." For a moment, the strategium held only the hum of machines and the distant wrath of artillery. Kolvax allowed it. "Conduct the sweeps. Do not interrupt primary fire cycles." The order went out. Beneath Forge Fane, auger systems strained to read through a world never meant to be understood from within. The tunnels below the fortress were too many, too old, too layered with iron, heat, demon static, ammunition rails, corpse pipes, reactor ducts, slave warrens, forgotten mines, and sealed things even the Iron Warriors had chosen not to reopen. Auspex pulses returned in fragments. Some showed empty stone, some showed machinery, some showed nothing, some showed movement, then corrected themselves to static. Cordain watched the results and did not like them. Kolvax watched the same results and dismissed them. The guns kept firing, the corpse fields burned, the shields held, the walls stood. Far beneath the fire, beneath the fields of cooked dead and the iron roots of the fortress, the swarm tasted the world through pressure and heat. There were no words there, only impressions moving through a mind too vast for speech. Iron above, fire above, death above, hard shell, bright pain, angles, thunder, barriers, wasteful ascent, meat lost to flame, nutrient matter denied, surface hostile, sky hostile, walls hostile, below, warmth, below, vibration, below, veins of heat and chemical rivers, hollow paths, pressure hollows, soft movement, supply arteries, metal roots, ammunition scent, slave blood, reactor pulse, weakness not in the wall, but under the wall, not against the guns, but beneath the guns, not through the fire, but below the fire. The dead above continued to burn. The hunger below turned its attention downward. The hive mind chose the underworld. Beneath Forge Fane, the war had always been larger than the walls. The surface showed the arrogance of the fortress world. It showed the bastions, the trench rings, the gun towers, the void shield halos, the macro cannon batteries, the armored citadels rising like black mountains from poisoned ash. It showed the Iron Warriors, as they preferred to be seen, standing above fire and ruin, looking down upon lesser creatures from behind adamantium and certainty. The underworld showed the truth. Forge Fane lived through arteries. They ran beneath the crust in lightless avenues of iron, plasteel, stone, brass, and old bone. Ammunition rails stretched for leagues through the dark, carrying shells large enough to crush hab blocks beneath their weight. Promethium rivers flowed through armored channels, black and burning beneath grated bridges, their fumes thick enough to blind unaugmented eyes and eat the lining from mortal lungs. Slave barracks clung to the walls of caverns like rusted scabs, stacked tier upon tier, full of men sleeping in chains beneath the thunder of passing munitions trains. Corpse-rendering vats churned in sealed halls, reducing the dead into grease, slurry, nutrient paste, and chemical feedstock for machines that never questioned what they consumed. Machine crypts hummed beneath the fortress roots. Demon engine pens echoed with hate. Forgotten pre-imperial tunnels, older than the Imperium, older than the Long War, perhaps older than mankind's claim to the world, ran beneath everything like dead veins. The Iron Warriors had found them, mapped what they could, sealed what they feared, armed what they needed, and repurposed the rest. Some became railways, some became prisons, some became armories, some were turned into kill tunnels and furnace ducts. Others were simply walled off with adamantium plates and warning sigils, left to rot in the dark with whatever had been there before the Fourth Legion came. The fortress world's strength was visible from orbit. Its weakness was hidden underfoot. A wall could not fire without ammunition. A gun could not speak without shells. A void shield could not hold without reactors, fuel, coolant, relays, and slaves to die repairing them. Titans could not walk without plasma feed lines and sacristan crews. Demon engines could not be unleashed without chains being loosened by hands that trembled. Ironblood Citadel might have stood like an immortal god above the ash wastes, but its immortality depended on the deep roads beneath it. Varrox 9 learned this after the Lictor. He had survived the command dugout because he had hidden beneath corpses and learned the shape of silence. Survival brought no reward. It brought reassignment. He was sent below ground with a new tally brand burned into the flesh beneath his collarbone and a sealed order slate clamped to his wrist. The Iron Warrior who issued it did not look at him for longer than required. "You will supervise loading chain Tertius Black," the warrior said. "You witnessed Xenos infiltration and remained functional. Therefore, you remain useful." Varrox had wanted to say that remaining functional was not courage. It had been terror so complete that his body had forgotten how to move. He said nothing. Words were luxuries. Luxuries were for those not standing within arm's reach of a transhuman killer. So he descended. The lift cage dropped through the world for what felt like an age, rattling down a shaft lined with pipes, cables, devotional plates, and old impact scars. Heat rose around him. The sounds of surface war faded into a deeper thunder, not quieter, only different. Down here, the guns were not heard as reports. They were felt as pressure through the walls, as tremors in the bones, as dust falling from overhead beams. When the cage opened, Forge Fane's underworld swallowed him. The rail tunnel ahead was wide enough for bane blades to pass 3 abreast, yet the ammunition train within it filled the space like a moving fortress. Its engine was a chained industrial beast of black iron and furnace smoke, pushed by servitors welded into control stations and guided by mutants whose eyes had been replaced by crude auger lenses. Shells rested on flatbed cradles, each one painted with hazard stripes, kill markings, and heretical benedictions scratched into the casing by men who would never see the sky. Slaves moved around the train in gangs, dragging chains, turning capstans, locking shell braces, checking rune tags under the gaze of gun servitors and iron warriors above them. The legionaries stood on armored balconies built into the tunnel walls, watching like statues placed by a spiteful architect. Their bolters were held ready. Their patience was worse than anger. One slave slipped beneath a shell cradle as it lurched. His scream lasted until the munition shifted fully into place and crushed him flat. Blood shot from under the cradle in a long red fan. The overseer servitor marked the incident. A crane arm descended. Hooks dragged the remains into a side chute, and the train continued moving. No one stopped. No one prayed. No one asked his name. Varrox watched the body vanish into the corpse chute. A warning klaxon sounded. The next shell rolled forward. "Hands to brace," Varrox shouted, because shouting was safer than thinking. "Move, Carrion, move." They moved. Elsewhere in the deep roads, warpsmith Malbrek Thane walked among the defilers. The engine vaults beneath the western bastions were among the largest chambers beneath Forge Fane, cathedral caverns carved from black rock and reinforced with ribs of adamantium. Chains thicker than tree trunks hung from the ceiling. Furnace light bled from vents in the floor. Servo cranes crawled across overhead rails with corpses hanging from their hooks, some human, some alien, some neither. The air was hot enough to blister exposed skin and thick with oil, incense, and the copper stink of fresh sacrifice. More than 600 defilers waited in the vaults. Some slept behind restraint sigils, folded low on their crab limbs, battle cannons angled toward the ground. some strained awake against their chains, claws flexing, Reaper autocannons twitching, heavy flamers coughing sparks. Some were being repaired by tech thralls who worked in teams of dozens, crawling over armor plates with rivet guns, solder torches, injector rigs, and prayer spikes. Some were still being fitted with weapons. Some had no armor over their demon cores, and the things inside them could be seen pressing against cages of brass and iron, faces forming and dissolving in molten darkness. Each engine was artillery platform, siege beast, war machine, and prison. Each was hatred given legs. Malbrek moved slowly, his mechadendrites tasting the air, plugging into data shrines, scissoring through the throats of slaves too slow to kneel. His iron mask reflected the fires of the vaults. Around him, bound demons whispered through vox grills. Release, blood, shells, meat. Malbrek stopped before a defiler whose left forelimb had been replaced by a siege claw the size of a bunker door. Its hull still bore the scars of the first surface engagement. Alien ichor had dried across its plates in tarry streaks. Something inside the machine laughed at him. "You will be released when the equation requires you," Malbrek said. The defiler's cannon rotated toward him by a fraction. Malbrek's servo arms unfolded. Warning runes flared along his armor. The engine stilled. "Obedience first," he said. "Slaughter second." Above the underworld, in Ironblood Citadel's strategium, Cordain brought his concern before Kolvax. The warsmith stood over the deep maps of Forge Fane, watching pulsing runes move through layers of iron, stone, and data distortion. The surface war continued around them in projections of fire and kill counts, but the deepest hololith had begun to show errors. Small ones, tremor ghosts, lines of static, seismic irregularities beneath trench foundations and outer supply arteries. "The enemy is probing below our fire lines," Cordain said. "Not randomly. The disturbances correlate with corpse field accumulation, drainage systems, and abandoned mining voids beneath the western approaches." Kolvax did not look up. "Your conclusion? Collapse non-essential deep roads beyond the first bastion ring, seal corpse chutes, flood old tunnels with promethium, deny subterranean access before the enemy commits." The chamber's machine hum seemed to deepen. Kolvax turned. "To collapse the roads is to reduce shell feed to the outer bastions by almost a third. Temporarily. To seal the chutes is to reduce corpse processing and increase disease pressure among slave reserves. The slaves are already dying. To flood the old tunnels is to compromise counterattack deployment through the lower galleries. The enemy is searching for those galleries." Kolvax's pale face remained calm, but his voice grew colder. "I will not cripple my own fortress because beasts scratch beneath it." Cordain held his gaze through red helm lenses. "They are not scratching, Warsmith. They are measuring. Then let them measure iron." The order was not given. The deep roads remained open. The first killings were small, and because they were small, they were misunderstood. A drainage crew vanished in Channel Vaughan Ash. Their last Vox transmission contained only static, a wet snapping sound, and one man pleading for a door to open that had already been sealed. The incident was logged as probable slave disorder. In a corpse-rendering hall beneath Bastion Heck, the slurry vats clogged. When overseers arrived, they found the floor painted in blood and 3 servitors dismantled with impossible precision. Their heads had been removed, their spinal cords were gone. Claw marks lined the inside of the drainage grates. The incident was marked as demon engine leakage. In a forgotten ammunition bypass, something came through the ceiling and took a patrol one at a time. The last Iron Warrior found only boots, bolter casings, and a trail of blood leading into a ventilation duct too narrow for a man. The report was delayed because the officer who received it died when rippers poured from a waste pipe and stripped his face to bone before the guards killed them. Rippers appeared in the drains. Feeder organisms nested in corpse vats. Raveners moved through abandoned ducts, like knives through muscle. The underworld began to bleed inward. Malbrek Thane captured the first Ravener after losing 37 slaves and 2 servitors in a maintenance gallery below the western engine vaults. The creature had killed with appalling speed, bursting from the wall in a spray of rock dust and pipe fragments, its serpentine body coiling through the work gang before they could scatter. Men had been cut in half at the waist. One servitor had been folded backward until its machine spine snapped. Another had its head bitten off and spat aside when the Tyranid discovered there was little nutrient value in it. The Iron Warriors brought the gallery down around the beast. It survived the collapse. They pinned it with grav clamps, impaled it with adamantium stakes, and dragged it to Malbrek's laboratory, still thrashing hard enough to tear 3 slaves apart during transport. The warsmith dissected it alive. The laboratory was a mechanized abattoir of brass limbs, restraint rigs, nerve hooks, and cutting lasers. The Ravener hung suspended in a cage of force fields and clamps, its body split along surgical lines while it tried to kill everything within reach. Its talons snapped through the first layer of restraints. Its tail shattered a servo arm. Acid sprayed from a severed gland and ate through the face of a thrall who died on his knees with his skull showing through dissolving skin. Malbrek worked without haste. He peeled back muscle, exposed nerve bundles, opened sensory organs, and mapped the adaptations with cold fascination. Reinforced cranial plates for pressure shock, vibration sensitivity beyond predicted ranges, burrowing musculature dense enough to crack ferrocrete, directional instincts tuned to heat, movement, and chemical traces within enclosed spaces. It was not merely a surface killer forced underground. It had been shaped for the dark. The Ravener snapped its jaws at him, mandibles clacking. "You are not the assault," Malbrek said. His mechadendrites paused. "You are a herald." The first Trigon breach came beneath an outer bastion before the warning reached Kolvax. Bastion Morkant stood on the western trench line, a mountain of armor, guns, and arrogance. Its lower foundations housed shell hoists, coolant tanks, reserve slave pens, and a rail junction feeding 3 artillery towers. The fighting above had been steady, controlled, measurable. Tyranids died before its guns. The bastion endured. Then the floor split open. It did not crack like stone under bombardment. It burst. The lower loading hall became a wound. Ferrocrete plates heaved upward, rails bent, shell cradles toppled. Slaves vanished into the opening with screams that were swallowed by the roar below. A tunnel of roar. Earth, acid slime, and claw-scored stone erupted beneath the bastion's heart, and from it came the swarm. Gaunts poured out first in numbers too dense to count. They came as a river of claws, teeth, and slick bodies, flooding between overturned shell cars, over screaming loaders, under crane arms, through blast doors not yet sealed. Behind them came Raveners, coiling through the breach, striking from above and below, carving men apart in sprays of arterial blood. Tyranid warriors followed, taller, heavier, guiding the lesser broods with twitching limbs and synaptic command that pressed against mortal skulls like a vice. The defenders had expected walls to hold back the enemy. Now the enemy was inside the walls. Iron warriors fell from their feet as the tremor rolled through the bastion. Some rose firing before the dust cleared. Others were hit by gaunts before they could regain balance, their armor disappearing beneath bodies. Bolters spoke in the dark. Flamers ignited. Meltagans roared white. Siege shields locked into place along corridors, never meant to be front lines. The battle became a slaughter in a tunnel's throat. A flamer team flooded a corridor with promethium, burning gaunts into shrieking black shapes that continued running until their limbs cooked off. A meltagun blast punched through a Tyranid warrior and bored into the tunnel wall beyond, turning stone to glass. Chain axes bit into chitin. Power fists crushed skulls. Siege claws mounted on maintenance engines collapsed side passages with Tyranids still inside, compacting alien bodies into the rock with wet crunches. But there was no space. There was no clean line. There was only iron, flesh, smoke, and screaming packed too tightly for war to resemble anything but butchery. A defiler was released into the lower junction. Its battle cannon fired once inside the confined hall and killed nearly everything in front of it, including dozens of slaves, 3 servitors, and 1 iron warrior too damaged to move away. The shell blast turned gaunts into paste and ruptured the ears and organs of every mortal not already dead. The engine crawled forward through the smoke, claws snipping Tyranids apart, Reaper autocannons hammering. Its demonic vox laughter echoed from the walls. Then more gaunts came over the dead, and more behind them, and more behind those. Cordain received the breach report while moving through a lower command trench. He did not curse. He did not ask how. He watched the runes spread through the map beneath Bastion Morkant and understood that the shape of the war had changed. Seal adjacent arteries, he voxed. Divert Tertius Black. Commit reserve flamers. No withdrawal without demolition authorization. Varrox 9 heard the order in the rail tunnels, seconds before the swarm reached the ammunition line. Tertius Black was in motion, a chain of shell cars stretching through darkness, each carrying enough explosive force to erase a fortress district if mishandled. Slaves ran beside it with brake chains. Servitors shrieked binary warnings. The rails trembled beneath their feet. The wall to Varrox's left bulged inward. He stared at it. A crack opened, running through iron plating like a black smile. "Back," he whispered. No one heard him. The wall exploded. Gaunts burst through in a tide of dust and wet heat. The first slaves vanished under them. One man was lifted by the throat and shaken until his head tore free. Another fell beneath talons that opened his belly, spilling intestines across the rail line. A ravener came behind the gaunts, its body coiling through the breach, and scythed through a gun crew with one sweep. Blood sprayed across the shell casings. A servitor rotated its crane arm too slowly and was torn apart, its augmetic spine dragged into the dark. Varrox fired his pistol until it clicked empty. An iron warrior on the balcony above opened fire through the slaves and the Xenos alike. Bolter rounds detonated among bodies, bursting gaunts apart and blowing men open in the same impacts. Varrox threw himself beneath a shell cradle as the ammunition train lurched. The slave beside him was dragged away by his legs, fingernails ripping off against the floor. Varrox did not reach for him. He pressed himself into the oil and blood beneath the cradle and prayed to nothing. A spore organism struck one of the shell cars. For a heartbeat, there was only light. The chain reaction consumed Tertius. Black from within. 3 kilometers of shell vaults and ammunition rails detonated in sequence beneath Bastion Morkant. The earth opened. The deep road became a sunless firestorm. Blast doors the thickness of land raiders flew from their housings. Rail cars became shrapnel. Slaves became red vapor. Tyranids vanished in the same cleansing roar, their bodies shredded and burned and hurled through collapsing tunnels. On the surface, the western bastion vomited fire from its base. Iron warriors along the trench rings turned as Bastion Morkant, considered unbreakable by every mortal who had ever cowered beneath it, split from beneath. Its lower armor bulged outward. Gun decks tilted. Macro cannon barrels snapped from their mounts and fell into the trenches, crushing men, tanks, and razor wire fields beneath them. Fire climbed through the bastion's interior, blasting from murder holes and loading ports. The whole mountain of iron groaned, sagged, and collapsed into the trench rings in a storm of smoke, flame, and pulverized ferrocrete. For a moment, even Forge Fane seemed to hold its breath. In Ironblood Citadel, Kolvax watched the rune of Bastion Morkant turn black. No one spoke. The strategium shook with aftertremors. Dust fell from the ceiling. A chain of bones swung slowly above the command pit. Malbrecht's feed from the lower vaults showed fire, static, and moving shapes beyond the smoke. Cordain's helm lenses remained fixed on the deep map, where more tremor ghosts now pulsed beneath the fortress world's arteries. Kolvax stared at the dead bastion marker. For the first time since Leviathan had entered the system, his silence was not contempt. It was calculation under pressure. "Name the primary burrow form," he said at last. Malbrek answered from the engine vaults, his voice a rasp of iron and hate. "The size exceeds Ravener classification. Seismic displacement suggests trigon strain, larger than projected. Recurrent tremor pattern detected beneath the western approaches." Cordain looked toward the deep map. "It is moving toward Ironblood." Another tremor passed through the floor. Far below the citadel, deeper than the corpse roads, deeper than the ammunition rails, deeper than the furnace rivers and the sealed old tunnels, something vast drove itself through the stone. It moved with the certainty of hunger and the patience of a siege drill. Rock cracked before it, iron bent around it. The earth of Forge Fane opened in its wake like flesh beneath a blade. Kolvax watched the tremor rune crawl beneath his world. "Then mark it," he said. Malbrek did. A new rune appeared in the deep places of the hololith, red as an opened wound. Tremor Beast. Malbrek Thane believed the tunnel war would favor the engines. It was not faith. Faith was the language of weak men begging the dark to change its nature. It was not hope. Hope had no place in the calculus of the Fourth Legion. It was assessment, measured through armor thickness, corridor width, kill radius, ammunition load, claw reach, reactor output, and the known limitations of flesh when confined beneath iron. The Tyranids had entered the underworld. They had broken Bastion Morkant from beneath. They had turned ammunition line Tertius Black into a kilometer-long furnace. They had shown the will to burrow, infiltrate, taste, and learn. All of that was entered into the equation. Malbrek answered with the deep engine cohorts. In the vaults beneath Forge Fane's western bastions, the defilers woke. Their awakening was not orderly. It was a riot in chains. The engine vaults rang with the grinding of limbs, the shriek of restraint clamps, the wet growl of demon cores rising from enforced torpor. Brass sigils flared on iron hides, battle cannons lifted, Reaper autocannons spun in hungry test cycles, siege claws opened and closed, severing the air with the sound of guillotines. Heavy flamers coughed black smoke before their ignition spirits caught, spilling tongues of blue and orange flame across the furnace dark. More than 600 of them waited below the fortress world. 600 crab-legged nightmares. 600 siege engines with demons caged in their hearts and artillery mounted on their backs. 600 answers to any foe arrogant enough to enter the tunnels of Forge Fane. Malbrek stood upon an armored balcony above engine vault primus, mechadendrites plugged into command ports along the rail. Around him, thralls, hung from cable harnesses, their mouths sewn around brass vox tubes, their hands wired into control consoles. Below, slave crews scrambled between the engines like vermin in the shadow of iron beasts. Some carried ammunition, some dragged coolant lines, some painted fresh warding equations onto armor plates with blood and powdered bone. Some simply knelt and shook, unable to move until overseers shot them and ordered their replacements forward. The warpsmith watched the nearest defiler strain against its anchor chains. Its cannon swung toward a slave gang loading shells into the autoloader. The demon inside the machine wanted to fire. It wanted noise, impact, pressure, meat vaporizing in confined air. It wanted everything fragile to become fragments. Malbrek sent a burst of command code through the vault. The defiler spasmed as obedience hooks dug into its bound spirit. Its cannon lowered. "Patience," he said through the iron mask fused to his face. "You will be given a throat to fill." The first deployment order came from Kolvax. The second came from the tremor map. The third came from the sound of claws moving where claws had no right to be. Malbrek opened the gates. The engine cohorts poured into the deep roads. They moved through corridors that had been designed for ammunition trains, macro shell haulers, and armored columns. The defilers took to them like predators released into a slaughter pen. Their claws scraped sparks from the floor. Their legs punched dents into plasteel decking. Their demon voices spilled from vox grills in scrap code curses and machine laughter. They passed beneath vault arches, through blast doors, across maintenance bridges, above rivers of promethium, and into the long kill corridors that fed the western bastions. The warpsmith imagined the shape of the slaughter before it began. Tyranid broods trapped in narrow ways, gaunts packed shoulder to shoulder with nowhere to spread, raveners forced into straight approaches, warriors exposed to battle cannon fire at ranges where shells did not need aim, only permission, defiler claws turning carnifex beasts into butchered carcasses, reaper autocannons filling the underworld with metal until every tunnel became a grinder. He imagined Leviathan entering the corridors of iron and dying inside them. Leviathan did not enter them as he imagined. It made them into organs. The first attack did not come from ahead. It came from below, above, behind, and within the walls. In Engine Vault Sextus, the hangar floor buckled upward as though the world beneath it had taken a breath. Slaves scattered. A defiler turned, cannon lowering, but the deck ruptured beneath its rear legs. Stone, iron, and old foundations exploded into the chamber. A Trigon's tunnel opened like a wound, wet with acid slime and powdered rock. Gaunts surged up through the breach in a living fountain, their bodies slick, claws scraping, eyes black and empty. Raveners followed through maintenance ducts, coiling around coolant pipes and smashing through grillwork. Rippers poured from drains and cable gutters, a chittering carpet of teeth. At the same moment, Vault Octavus lost its command shrine. Tyranid warriors burst through a side wall already weakened by burrowing organisms. They did not waste themselves on the largest machines. They cut down the slaves at the ammunition winches, the servitors at the restraint consoles, the priest things wired into the control lecterns. A synapse pulse rolled through the vault, invisible and crushing. Mortal minds broke. Men dropped shells. Men opened gates. Men fired on one another because the pressure behind their eyes told them anything was better than continuing to think. Vault Decimus reported coolant failure. Vault Tertius reported ammunition fire. Vault 9 reported breach from beneath the primary repair cradle. Malbrek received all of it through a storm of red runes and dying vox channels. His fury rose cold. "Seal Vault 9, he ordered. A thrall twitched in its harness. Blood leaked from its nostrils onto the console. "Lord, iron warriors remain within Vault 9. Malbrek turned his mask toward the thrall. "Then they are already part of the calculation. Seal it." The blast doors descended. The vox channel from Vault 9 became a layered sound of bolter fire, demon engine roaring, chitin scraping, and iron warriors cursing in clipped, hate-flattened voices. Then promethium vents opened. Fire took the channel. Men burned. Tyranids burned. Demon engines burned and screamed at being denied the kill by walls they had once defended. Malbrek moved to the next problem. Flood secondary coolant trenches. Cut bridge access between Vault Sextus and Septimus. Divert cohort Ironmore through the lower rail artery. Pressure doors to full lock. Activate internal mines after engine passage. A warpsmith acolyte hesitated. "The mines will damage our own engines." "Our engines are armored," Malbrek said. "The Xenos are flesh." The acolyte obeyed. In the deep roads, the defilers fought like nightmares loosed into a tomb. One engine stamped into a corridor packed with gaunts and fired its battle cannon at point-blank range. The shell detonated less than a dozen strides away. The blast filled the tunnel, turning the front ranks of the swarm into red paste and shell fragments. Bodies struck the walls hard enough to burst. Chitin plates became shrapnel. Alien organs painted the ceiling. The defiler advanced through the steam, laughing in machine static, Reaper autocannons chewing into the next wave until the barrels glowed. Another engine met a Carnifex-sized beast in a rail junction. The Tyranid lowered its horned head and charged, crushing shell carts underfoot. The Defiler took the impact and skidded backward, claws gouging trenches in the deck. Its siege claw closed around the Carnifex's torso. Metal screamed. Chitin cracked. The demon engine lifted the beast and tore it nearly in half, spilling ropes of organs and acid blood across the rails. The Defiler's flamer ignited the remains before hurling them into the swarm behind. In Vault Decimus, 3 Defilers formed a wall of iron around the central ammunition lift. Their cannons fired in sequence. Reaper autocannons stitched the entrances. Heavy flamers made rivers of burning Tyranids along the trench drains. The floor became a stew of limbs, teeth, shell casings, and boiling ichor. Slave crews died where they worked, crushed under clawed feet, or dissolved by spatter from ruptured acid glands. An iron warrior standing on the command balcony fired his bolter until the weapon ran dry, then drew a chain axe and leapt into the lower vault with a curse to the corpse emperor and the alien hunger alike. The Defilers killed in numbers that would have broken armies. Leviathan did not break. It learned the shape of the engines. The Defilers were powerful. The Defilers were armored. The Defilers were loud, vicious, and almost impossible to face from the front in the dark. But they were large. They required space to turn. They required ammunition feeds. They required coolant, maintenance, command links, restraint codes, and corridors wide enough for their limbs. The hive mind tasted each requirement through death. Gaunts flung themselves beneath armor plates, dying by the score as they jammed joints with bodies. Rippers swarmed into leg housings and chewed at cables, lubricant ducts, and demon flesh grown around iron pivots. Acid organisms crawled beneath chassis plates and burst, burning through knee sockets and motive pistons. Raveners coiled around cannon housings, wrenching barrels aside or forcing them down until the next shot detonated against the floor. Tyranid warriors stood beyond the press, directing lesser broods toward exposed demon cores, control shrines, and ammunition belts. A Defiler in Vault Decimus tried to turn its battle cannon toward a fresh breach. Too many dead gaunts had packed beneath its right side. Its leg seized. A Ravener struck from above, wrapping around the cannon, claws punching into the elevation gears. The engine fired anyway. The barrel split. The explosion tore the Ravener apart and blew open the Defiler's upper hull. For a heartbeat, the demon inside was visible, a face of fire and hate, screaming from a cage of brass. Then Rippers climbed into the wound. The Defiler thrashed. Its claws cut through swarms. Its flamer washed its own body in fire. Still, the organisms entered. They bit the demon core. They died by the hundreds, burned and crushed, but more followed. Gaunts climbed over the chassis, their claws breaking against armor until acid sacs softened the plates. A Tyranid warrior drove its bonezord through the exposed binding cage. The engine's scream changed. Varrox 9 saw it die. He had been sent to Vault Decimus with a chain gang of survivors to restore a shell feed that no longer existed. He arrived in the middle of the vault's end, the blast doors behind his gang sealed with an iron finality that told him no retreat had been authorized for mortals. The chamber ahead was a vision from a heretic's fever. Defilers towered amid smoke and fire, their silhouettes jerking and staggering beneath living tides. Tyranids poured from 3 breaches at once. Dead slaves carpeted the deck. Servitors burned at their posts. A rail engine lay overturned, wheels spinning slowly in the air, while gaunts crawled through its furnace cavity. One Defiler stood at the center of the vault, surrounded. It was enormous, its armor daubed with kill sigils, its claws painted yellow and black. It had lost 2 legs. A third dragged uselessly behind it. Its battle cannon fired again and again into the swarm, each shot turning a corridor mouth into meat fog. It killed everything before it. It killed things beneath it. It killed Tyranids climbing its hull, crushed them against walls, burned them from its own back with jets of flame. But the swarm did not come as one monster. It came as a decision made by thousands of bodies. Gaunts piled themselves beneath its remaining legs. Rippers flowed under its armor. Acid sacs burst against its joints. Raveners looped around the cannon housing and pulled. Tyranid warriors advanced through the carnage, their own bodies torn apart by reaper fire, yet the broods around them tightened with each synaptic impulse. The Defiler's cannon fired once more, the shell detonating inside the press of bodies close enough to blow one of its own claws away. The engine lurched, its ammunition feed cooked off. The explosion split its back open. Brass, armor plate, demon flame, and alien flesh erupted upward. The shockwave slammed Varrox into the wall. He tasted blood. His ears rang. Through blurred vision, he saw the demon engine collapse beneath the living mass, still screaming, still killing, still trying to rise as the swarm climbed into every wound. It was not defeated by strength. It was consumed by process. Varrox crawled beneath a broken shell carrier, while the other slaves died around him. One was bitten in half. Another was dragged under a mat of rippers and stripped to wet bone in moments. A third ran toward an iron warrior and was shot through the chest because he blocked the line of fire. Varrox pressed himself into the shadow of the carrier, shaking, watching the impossible become routine. Malbrek tried to open the deeper bindings, not prayers. He would never have called them prayers. Emergency rites were weapons, and he used them as such. In the central control nave, he drove his mechadendrites into the demon engine command altar and bled the required codes through flesh, iron, and sacrificial current. Bound warp entities stirred inside the vault network. The air should have torn. The engines should have surged with fresh malice. The demons caged in their cores should have swollen, fed by slaughter, hatred, panic, and the mass death flooding the underworld. Instead, the shadow pressed down. It smothered the rites like a black sea closing over flame. The demonic presences flickered behind their bindings. They raged. They clawed at the cage bars of reality. They screamed in scrap code, in dead tongues, in languages older than mankind's first murder. But their voices came thin, distant, distorted. The psychic pressure of Leviathan filled the deep roads, an alien absence so vast it muted the warp's own predators. The demons did not vanish. They did not become weak. They became isolated, caged not only by iron and sigil, but by the hungry silence of a mind that had no soul for them to poison. Malbrek felt the failure through every cable plugged into his spine. His anger remained cold enough to cut. "Secondary rites failed," reported an acolyte, voice shaking. "I possess ears," Malbrek said. "The bound entities cannot fully manifest. Then they will die as engines." Cordain came with reinforcements when the reports turned from breach to collapse. The siege captain led 3 squads of iron warriors into the engine vault arteries, their armor scarred from the surface war, their weapons loaded with the last clean magazines assigned to the lower front. Terminators walked at the point, combi bolters roaring, power fists held ready. Behind them came line warriors with flamers, melter guns, siege shields, and chain axes. They advanced, over floors slick with alien fluids, slave blood, oil, and pieces of demon meat that still twitched where they lay. The corridors were packed wall to wall with ruin. Mangled chitin formed drifts against blast doors. Broken iron limbs lay among severed talons. A Defiler's battle cannon jutted from a collapsed ceiling like the barrel of a buried warship. Dead slaves hung from cable bundles, their bodies opened, emptied, or chewed to rags. The remains of a warpsmith acolyte were fused to a control panel by acid and heat. Somewhere beyond the smoke, an engine screamed until the sound was cut off by the wet scrape of claws entering its hull. Cordain moved through it without haste. "Forward," he voxed. A Ravener struck from the left wall. A Terminator caught it mid-lunge with a power fist and crushed its head against the corridor support. Another burst from the floor and impaled an iron warrior through the thigh. The warrior looked down, placed his bolter against its skull, and fired until the creature was headless. Gaunts followed through the hole. Flamers took them in a sheet of white-orange fire. Their bodies charred, split, and still came on until bolter fire broke them apart. The Iron Warriors pushed into Vault Sextus and found no vault left, only a pit, only a slaughtered space where engines had once waited in rows. The floor had been opened by multiple tunnels. Defiler carcasses lay overturned, pinned, cracked, half-submerged beneath Tyranid dead. One engine still moved, claw twitching weakly as rippers chewed inside its torso. Cordain's squad fired into the swarm around it, clearing a path for a moment. The engine's Vox grill crackled. It spoke in a demon's broken, furious machine voice. "Release! Release! Release!" Cordain looked at it. Negative. He marked the vault lost and ordered withdrawal. Iron Warriors did not flee easily. They did not break as mortals broke. They did not run because fear touched them. But they understood ground. They understood numbers. They understood when a position had ceased to be a fortress and had become a mouth. Cordain's withdrawal was disciplined, brutal, and without sentiment. Wounded Iron Warriors who could not move were given ammunition or detonation charges if they could still serve. If they could not, they were shot before the Tyranids reached them. Slaves were left to slow the pursuit. Blast doors closed on screams. The hours that followed became an accounting of extinction. Vault Primus lost. Vault Sextus lost. Vault Decimus consumed. Vault Octavus silent. Vault 9 burned, then breached again from below. Repair nave destroyed. Command shrines severed. Ammunition feeds compromised. Coolant networks flooded with Xenos organisms. Demon engine control integrity collapsed. Over 600 defilers were annihilated in the dark beneath Forge Fane. They did not die because they were weak. Each had the power to break mortal armies, crack bastions, butcher tank columns, and turn city streets into charnel roads. They killed in monstrous quantities. They filled tunnels with heaps of Tyranid dead so thick that later broods had to burrow through the bodies of their own kind to continue the attack. But Leviathan had found the shape of them. Surround, immobilize, blind, sever, clog, burn through, enter, consume. The greatest mechanical reserve of Forge Fane was eaten away beneath the walls it had been built to defend. No banners marked their deaths. No witness on the surface saw the scale of the disaster. The guns above continued firing. The void shield still shimmered. Ironblood Citadel still stood. Under it, its claws had been cut away. Malbrek Thane survived behind a sealed blast door in the lower command artery, pinned between a collapsed vault, a failed right, and the sound of his engines dying beyond the wall. The door was 3 meters of adamantium, rune-locked, pressure-sealed, and reinforced with demon wards. It shuddered as something struck it from the far side. Not once, not twice, again and again. Beneath the impacts came the screams of defilers in their last moments, scrap code curses, cannon fire, the shriek of metal pulled apart, the wet grinding of chitin over iron. Then one by one, the engine voices faded. Something scraped along the other side of the door. Claws. Many claws. Too many to count. Malbrek stood in the red emergency light, oil and blood running down his armor, mechadendrites hanging still. Around him, his acolytes were dead, his thralls were dead, his engines were gone. He opened a direct Vox channel to Ironblood Citadel. Kolvax answered after a delay filled by static and distant guns. Report. Malbrek listened to the last dying engine fall silent beyond the door. The deep engine cohorts are gone, he said. There was a long pause. For the first time, even the Vox seemed to hold its breath. Then Kolvax replied, Then we will win without them. Kolvax gave the order with the calm of a man amputating another creature's limb. Ironblood Protocol. The words passed from the highest strategium of Ironblood Citadel into the command arteries of Forge Fane, down through Vox shrines, brass signal horns, data cables, slave relays, servitor choirs, and machine altars. They rolled through the fortress world like a death sentence issued to the planet itself. Warning lumen strips bled red. Blast doors unlocked only to close again under new authority. Mag locks disengaged from old corridors and sealed around newer, narrower defensive lines. Munition lifts reversed direction. Armored trains were diverted from the outer bastions. Penal reserves were released from their cages, given demolition packs, and beaten toward the lifts. Forge Fane had spent centuries preparing to endure invasion. Now it began to cut itself apart. Every non-essential tunnel beyond the inner bastion rings was marked for collapse. Every compromised fortress was isolated. Every slave reserve was expended without appeal. Every ammunition line not directly feeding Ironblood Citadel was either stripped, sealed, or detonated. Every Titan engine still able to walk was redeployed from the surface killing fields to the inner approaches, where sinkholes and tunnel mouths opened like wounds in the iron skin of the world. The Iron Warriors ceased trying to hold all of Forge Fane. They began preserving the part of Forge Fane that mattered. On the deep maps in Kolvax's Strategium, entire districts turned black as the orders took effect. Bastion chains were severed. Slave cities were locked behind pressure gates. Rail arteries were blown at pre-measured fracture points. Corpse chutes were reversed and flooded with burning waste. Old service tunnels were crushed beneath seismic charges. The world shook with its own obedience. Cordain stood beside the hololithic projection and watched sectors vanish. Outer Hab stockades, Cinder, Varnak, and Othris are still occupied, he said. Kolvax did not look at him. Occupied by what? Slave labor reserves, munition handlers, furnace crews, penal infantry, estimated population, several million. Then several million units will delay the Xenos. The warsmith touched a rune with one armored finger. In the underworld, the gates of the slave cities closed. They were not cities in any human sense worth defending. They were stacked warrens of iron cages, labor barracks, corpse kitchens, oxygen towers, punishment squares, and manufactorum cells buried beneath the fortress crust. Men had lived there in chains for generations, born under the thunder of artillery, bred to haul shells, repair rails, drain waste, and die before ever seeing the poisoned sky. They had no walls of their own. They had doors controlled by masters above them. Those doors sealed. The Tyranids were already inside several of the lower districts. Rippers flowed through drainage culverts. Gaunts hunted through habstacks. Raveners carved through bulkheads and meat alike. Men fled upward toward gates that did not open. They beat their fists bloody against adamantium. They screamed into vox grills. They offered loyalty, labor, blood, names, children, anything. The oxygen systems shut down. At first, the slave cities became louder. Millions of men howled as the air thinned. Some fought one another for breath that could not be stolen. Some clawed at ventilation grates until their fingernails tore away. Some tried to cut open pipes and drowned in coolant instead. Overseers were dragged from their platforms and torn apart by the same men they had whipped for years. Tyranids moved through the panic with the same silence as before, killing, feeding, pushing onward. The Gaunts did not require calm. The Raveners did not require order. The Rippers ate the fallen, even as the living suffocated around them. The air became thick with vomit, blood, and the wet sound of lungs failing. Children born in chains died beside furnace workers. Penal soldiers died with laser guns still locked in their hands. Mutants died biting through the throats of other mutants. Tyranids died too, some trapped in sealed districts with prey they had already butchered, some burning through doors with acid and talons, some tunneling deeper through corpses packed so densely that they became insulation against blast and flame. In Ironblood Citadel, the report rune changed from amber to black. Kolvax regarded it. Delay achieved, he said. No one argued. The Fourth Legion did not measure cruelty by emotion. It measured it by effect. Above the underworld, the surface war refused to end. Leviathan had not abandoned the walls. It hammered them with renewed pressure, forcing the Iron Warriors to divide their attention between the sky, the trenches, and the hungry dark beneath their feet. Fresh waves descended through the smoke mantle, not to seize air superiority, but to drain ammunition, overheat barrels, and force flak batteries to continue firing until metal glowed and mechanisms warped. Gargoyles poured through the ash clouds in ragged sheets, their bodies breaking apart under quad autocannon fire, their wings burning as they fell. Harridans swooped low over the trench rings, vast and wounded, not seeking victory in the air, but dragging streams of fire toward the guns that could least afford to keep speaking. Bio-titans advanced under living shields. Lesser organisms climbed over one another in dense, moving walls before the larger beasts. Gaunts died by the thousand under heavy bolter and mortar fire, their bodies catching rounds meant for greater prey. Spore clouds rolled ahead of them. Venomous fog turned the ash wastes green-black. The Bio-titans walked behind it all, their silhouettes emerging and vanishing through firestorms, each step crushing corpses into the mud of blood, promethium, and powdered chitin. Cordain watched the surface feeds while listening to the tremor reports from below. That was when understanding began to harden in him. Leviathan was not failing at siege warfare. Leviathan was conducting it better than the siege masters. The thought brought no fear, as mortals knew fear, but it brought something colder, an adjustment, a recognition of enemy excellence. The Iron Warriors had built their lives around reduction, pressure, geometry, and attrition. They understood that walls rarely fell because stone was weak. Walls fell because food ran out, ammunition ran dry, morale cracked, command failed, fire lanes vanished, and relief never came. Leviathan had grasped the same truth without words. It attacked supply lines, not merely walls. It studied artillery rhythms, then forced guns to fire until barrels degraded. It struck shield relays while sending bodies against the shield face. It slaughtered command nodes before flooding trenches. It killed slaves not only as prey, but as an assault on the fortress's ability to load, repair, refuel, drag, bury, and burn. It poisoned air systems. It clogged corpse chutes. It ate rails. It forced Forge Fane to spend itself defending the functions that allowed it to defend itself. The swarm was not besieging the fortress. It was eating the fortress's ability to be a fortress. Cordain opened a private Vox line to Kolvax. "The Xenos pattern has changed again," he said. "Specify." It no longer tests isolated structures. It targets dependencies: supply, repair, oxygen, command, shield cycling. It has identified the deep roads as the fortress's true arteries. Kolvax's image remained steady on the command feed, pale and severe beneath the red light of the strategium. "You state the obvious with discipline. Continue. If it continues to learn at current speed, Ironblood itself becomes vulnerable. Ironblood is already vulnerable. All fortresses are vulnerable. The question is whether the enemy pays more to enter than we pay to deny it." Cordain looked down at the tremor display, where the rune named Tremor Beast moved beneath the western mantle roads. "This enemy does not pay, it invests." For a moment, only static answered him. Then Kolvax said, "Deploy the Titans inward." The god engines turned from the outer killing fields. Their redeployment shook the world. Warhounds stalked through gate canyons and across trench bridges, while slave crews died trying to widen roads beneath their feet. Reavers pivoted away from the walls, their banners aflame, their weapon arms tracking downward towards sinkholes, breach mouths, and collapsing districts. Titan crews chanted murder cant through vox choirs. Corrupted machine spirits howled at being denied open ground, then exulted when their princeps gave them new targets beneath the fortress skin. The first Titan salvo into the underworld was apocalyptic. A warhound leaned over a sinkhole wide enough to swallow a cathedral and fired its plasma blast gun downward. The beam vanished into the dark, Then the earth below convulsed. Fire burst from drainage tunnels, maintenance shafts, slave barracks, and old mine vents. Tyranids climbing up the walls of the breach were turned to incandescent mist. The Warhound's Vulcan megabolter followed, stitching the tunnel mouth with shells until the rim collapsed and buried the swarm under millions of tons of broken ferrocrete. Reavers fired into open districts. Turbo lasers speared downward through breached throats and lit the underworld in violent white. Missile storms descended into collapsed manufactoria. Volcano heat rolled through rail tunnels. Entire blocks of the fortress interior disappeared in controlled destruction. Iron warriors in command galleries watched their own world die by section and marked the delays gained in cold data script. Then, the ground beneath Warhound Carax. Obedient opened. At first, it was only a widening crack beneath the engine's left foot. The Titan tried to step away. Its princeps screamed through the manifold as the machine spirit fought for balance. The crack became a pit. The pit became a tunnel mouth, and the tunnel mouth widened with obscene speed as Trigon burrows collapsed the foundations beneath it. Gaunts poured up around the Titan's ankles. Raveners coiled through broken support pylons. Acid organisms burst against the leg joints. The Warhound fired downward into the breach, vaporizing swarms by the hundreds, but the ground continued to fail. Carax Obedient tilted. Its warhorn bellowed, not in fear, but in rage, as it sank waist-deep into the widening wound. The engine's plasma blast gun discharged into the earth at point-blank range. The blast incinerated the immediate swarm and melted the pit walls into glass. For a heartbeat, it seemed the Titan might pull free. Then something vast moved beneath it. A tunnel collapsed across the engine's remaining support leg. The Warhound fell sideways, half into the breach, half across the trench district. Its reactor warnings screamed across every channel. Iron warriors nearby turned their helms away. Mortal slaves simply ran, which did nothing. The reactor went critical underground. The explosion punched through the planet's crust in a pillar of white fire. From orbit, it appeared as a brief new crater burning across Forge Fane's western hemisphere. On the ground, trenches vanished. Bastions lost their faces. Tyranids, slaves, tanks, bunkers, and iron warriors were lifted into the air as ash. The shockwave rolled against Ironblood Citadel's void shields and set them glowing like a second dawn. Kolvax watched the light fade. "Record the breach sealed," he said. Malbrek Thane came to the strategium in person after clawing his way out of the lower command artery through a maintenance shaft slick with engine blood. His armor was scarred and blackened. One mechadendrite hung severed, twitching uselessly against his side. Alien ichor smoked across his left pauldron. His iron mask was cracked near the mouth grill, exposing a glimpse of raw augmetic jaw beneath. He bowed only as much as protocol required. "The deep engine cohorts are gone," he said again, as if repetition made it more useful. "The lower vault network is compromised beyond recovery. Conventional collapse patterns are insufficient. The enemy reroutes beneath them. It does not use tunnels. It breeds them." Kolvax stood above the deep map, unmoving. Solution. Malbrek's remaining mechadendrites unfolded, projecting forbidden schematics beneath Ironblood Citadel. Red runes appeared far below the fortress foundations, deeper than the ammunition lines, deeper than the old roads, almost in the planet's mantle. The deep core weapons remained functional. Cordain turned sharply. "No." Malbrek ignored him. Seismic charges in the mantle anchors. Magma channel detonators beneath the western subduction vaults. Warp reactor mines placed during the rebuilding after the Karan Rebellion. Their use will collapse multiple tunnel networks and sterilize the lower approaches. Cordain stepped closer to the map. "They may destabilize Ironblood's foundation strata." "They may," Malbrek said. "They may crack the shield pylons. They may. They may do more damage to the Citadel than the Swarm." Malbrek's cracked mask turned toward him. "The Swarm is already doing damage to the Citadel. I propose doing it first." Kolvax considered the glowing red runes beneath his fortress. The chamber waited. The guns thundered. The world shook. The shadow in the warp pressed against every mind like a black tide. Somewhere far below, Tremor Beast moved through stone and iron. Kolvax placed his hand over the deep core weapons. "A fortress that cannot bleed is only a tomb," he said. "Let the world bleed." The mantle answered. Deep beneath Forge Fane, charges that had slept for centuries woke in fire. Seismic warheads detonated along old fault lines, reinforced by the Iron Warriors, and now deliberately shattered by them. Magma channel locks burst open, spilling rivers of molten stone into lower tunnel networks. Warp reactor mines tore reality thin in sealed caverns, not enough to summon, not enough to open a true breach, but enough to poison the dark with screaming pressure and impossible heat. The effect was immediate and terrible. Tunnel systems collapsed in chains. Trigon burrows folded inward. Gaunts vanished beneath rivers of molten rock. Raveners were crushed into paste between slabs of stone. Synapse creatures burned in pockets of superheated gas. The earth screamed through the bones of the fortress. Ironblood Citadel tilted by a fraction and corrected itself through foundation stabilizers large enough to be fortresses in their own right. For the first time since the Underworld War had begun, Tremor Beast's brood slowed. Kolvax seized the moment. He ordered a kill cavern prepared beneath the western approach, a hollowed ammunition reservoir stripped of shells and filled instead with layered melter charges, gravitic locks, promethium reservoirs, and collapsing plates. Heat signatures were faked. Slave convoys were driven through the approach tunnels, carrying empty crates marked as live munitions. Their collars transmitted panic and motion. Their screams carried through the stone. Several Trigons came. Not Tremor Beast, but its brood kin, vast serpentine horrors with chitin ridges grinding against the tunnel walls, talons carving the rock, mouths opening wide enough to swallow battle tanks. They breached into the kill cavern beneath a rain of falling slaves and false ammunition. The Iron Warriors detonated everything. Melter fire turned the cavern into a sunless star. Gravitic locks pinned the beasts in place for the first instant, just long enough for layered charges to burn through carapace and muscle. Promethium reservoirs ignited next, filling the chamber with rolling black fire. The ceiling collapsed last, engineered plates dropping under controlled fracture, burying the burning organisms beneath a mountain of iron and stone. The tremor map stilled in that sector. Kolvax allowed himself a breath of satisfaction. "The beast is predictable," he said. Cordain looked at the map and said nothing. Because Tremor Beast had not entered the kill cavern. Because the tremor rune beneath Ironblood Citadel had paused only while the lesser beasts died. Because something that could use its own brood as a measurement tool had not been baited. It had been informed. Varrox 9 received his demolition pack in a lower penal mustering chamber that smelled of fear, excrement, oil, and acid smoke. The Iron Warrior issuing the order fixed the pack to Varrox's back with mag clamps and gave him a detonator slate. Around him, hundreds of penal slaves stood in chains, each carrying charges too heavy for men who had not eaten properly in days. Some had rifles. Most had knives, shovels, hooks, or nothing. Behind them stood Iron Warriors with loaded bolters. "You will proceed through drainage line Ash Mordant," the Iron Warrior said. "You will place charges at the marked breach ribs. You will detonate after withdrawal." A slave beside Varrox began laughing. "Withdrawal," the man said, giggling through broken teeth. "He said withdrawal." The Iron Warrior shot him through the face. The body fell backward, head emptied across the floor. "Correction," the Iron Warrior said. "You will place charges. Survival is not required." Varrox went, because the bolters were behind him, and the dark was ahead, and death had simply chosen two directions. The drainage line was a nightmare artery beneath the western citadel approaches. Blood ran through it from ruptured corpse chutes. Ash clogged the lower grates. Acidic runoff from Tyranid dead hissed where it met promethium residue. The penal slaves moved bent double through the pipe, coughing, slipping, dragging charges through the muck. Somewhere ahead, claws scraped. The first gaunt struck from an overflow duct. The slaves died badly. Men were pulled into the dark. A charge carrier detonated when a talon punctured his pack, filling the pipe with flame and wet fragments. Varrox was thrown down, half drowned in blood and acidic water. His face burned. His hands shook. He crawled because standing would have exposed him to the shapes moving above. He reached the breach rib with only a handful of survivors. They placed the charges under fire from living ammunition that bored into flesh and hatched there. One man screamed as beetle-like things chewed through his chest from within. Another kept working after losing an arm because the charge harness had locked around his remaining wrist and would not release. Varrox slammed his pack against the cracked support rib, armed it with fingers slick in blood, then turned to flee. The Iron Warriors had already sealed the exit. Of course they had. The slaves pounded on the door until the Tyranids reached them. Varrox did not pound. He saw a drainage pipe half submerged beneath the blood channel and threw himself into it, scraping skin from his shoulders, dragging himself through filth, while the chamber behind him became screams, claws, detonations, and collapsing stone. The charges went off in sequence. The breach sealed behind him in a roar that punched him through the pipe like waste through a cannon. He emerged alone into a lower runoff ditch, covered in blood, ash, and acidic slime that smoked on his coat. Above him, the fortress continued to die in sections. Leviathan adapted faster. New organisms came through the underworld with thicker carapaces blackened against flame. Broods rerouted around seismic traps without testing them in the same way twice. Where Promethium had cleansed tunnels, new organisms secreted insulating slime across the floors and walls. Where melter charges had collapsed burrows, smaller feeder strains reopened side passages. Synapse beasts began targeting Iron Warriors' officers instead of slave masses. Lictor strains hunted Vox relays. Raveners struck command balconies. Spore mines drifted into shield generator maintenance wells. The hive mind was no longer testing Forge Fane. It was solving it. Deep beneath Ironblood Citadel, Tremor Beast reached the ancient magma conduit. The conduit had been old before Kolvax. It had been old before the Iron Warriors had sunk their foundations into the world. It ran beneath the outer shield generator anchors, a sealed vein of heat and pressure bound in iron, stone, and forgotten machine rights. The fortress had been built over it because Kolvax had believed himself capable of mastering anything beneath his walls. Tremor Beast broke it open. The breach did not look like an attack on any monitor at first. It looked like pressure variance, then heat bloom, then foundation distortion. Then magma surged into a maintenance cavern beneath the outer shield pylons, not as a weapon fired by a mind that understood machines, but as a consequence shaped by hunger.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Stone cracked. Support anchors screamed. Coolant lines burst. Shield generator housings shook violently enough to tear slaves from their control thrones. In Ironblood Citadel, the void shields flickered. For 9 seconds, the greatest fortress on Forge Fane stood naked in the storm. 9 seconds was almost nothing to a mortal life. 9 seconds was enough for the hive mind. Through smoke, fire, psychic pressure, tremor, heat, and the taste of exposed iron, Leviathan saw the path. The fortress did not fear. Iron did not know terror. Ferrocrete did not dream of teeth in the dark. Adamantium did not wake from sleep with phantom claws scraping behind its walls. Void shield pylons did not whisper to one another in the long red hours before breach. Guns did not tremble. Bastions did not pray. But everything living inside Ironblood Citadel had begun to behave as though the fortress itself had learned fear and passed the lesson through its bones. Lumen strips failed in the lower galleries, flickering in jaundiced pulses before dying altogether and leaving entire corridors drowned in black. Vox channels overlapped until orders came tangled with screams from distant sectors, machine cant from dying servitors, scraps of Iron Warrior battle code, and the wet, insectile static that followed every Tyranid incursion. Blast doors opened a half-breath too slowly. Ammunition lifts shuddered between levels. Servo skulls drifted into walls and shattered themselves against stone. Gun spirits spat contradictory targeting solutions. The remaining demon engines, chained in reserve pens far beneath the inner keeps, snarled and dragged against their restraints, not with eagerness now, but with an ugly agitation that even their handlers could not beat into silence. Among the slave decks, the rumor took shape. The ground has teeth. It began in the drainage crews and spread to the shell haulers, the corpse gutters, the oxygen towers, the penal cages, the wounded pits. Men muttered it through broken mouths while dragging ammunition. Men carved it into bulkheads with stolen nails. Men whispered it as they slept in chains, and some woke with their hands bleeding because they had clawed at the floor in dreams. The Iron Warriors executed rumor spreaders whenever they found them. They shot men against loading cranes. They hanged them from munition rails. They nailed still living bodies to corridor walls with iron spikes and left warning slates hanging from their opened ribs. They burned entire slave gangs for repeating the words. It did not matter. The rumor was true. The ground had teeth. Kolvax forbade a different word. The order came after Bastion Morkant's collapse, after the death of the deep engine cohorts, after the first flicker in Ironblood Citadel's void shields, after the tremor maps filled with red ghosts, and every honest projection began to bend toward uglier outcomes. No officer of the 4th Legion under my command will use the word retreat, the warsmith said. His voice carried through the strategium, through command vox, through the inner bastions and outer trenches, cold and controlled as a blade drawn across glass. The word is imprecise. It implies failure of will. We will conduct compression of defensive geometry. Outer positions will be rendered inefficient, abandoned according to schedule, and destroyed after extraction of all viable assets. Slave formations remaining in place will serve as obstruction mass. Iron remains where iron is required. Flesh remains where flesh is useful. His captains understood. They always understood. Compression of defensive geometry meant withdrawal. It meant outer fortresses would be stripped, sealed, and blown behind them. It meant slave battalions would be left in the trenches as living barricades, their collars armed, their ammunition rationed, their deaths spent buying seconds for warriors who would never learn their names. It meant Forge Fane was shrinking around Ironblood Citadel, layer by layer, as if the world itself was folding inward beneath pressure. Draj Cordain received his assigned sector without comment. Outer trench rings, western approach, fighting withdrawal through 3 defensive belts, preservation of heavy weapons where feasible, destruction of all abandoned emplacements, no loss of Iron Warrior materiel without proportional enemy expenditure, no delay for mortals. Cordain acknowledged with a click of his helm vox. Then he went to the line. The western trench rings had become a place where maps lied. What had once been a system of clean angles, kill lanes, razor wire belts, mine grids, fire steps, covered galleries, and communication saps was now a broken maze of smoke, collapsed walls, burning corpse heaps, and holes that breathed heat from below. The Tyranids attacked from every direction a creature could understand, and several only the hive mind had discovered. Gargoyles fell from the skies in black flurries, spitting living ammunition into firing slits and open trenches. Gaunts surged over the corpse fields ahead. Raveners erupted beneath duckboards. Feeder organisms spilled from drainage pipes. Spore mines drifted through smoke and detonated among ammunition lockers. Lictor strains appeared where shadows were thickest and officers were most necessary. Cordain stood at the center of it, helm lenses red, chain-axe mag locked at his thigh, bolter braced in both hands. Belt Secundus will hold for 6 minutes, he voxed. Belt Primus will withdraw in staggered lines. Slave battalions remain forward. Detonation teams prepare trench denial charges. Heavy bolters maintain crossfire until barrels fail or operators die. Frag missile teams mark sinkholes. Flamers to breach mouths. No individual heroics, no disorder. A mortal colonel in a soot-blackened coat looked at him with eyes gone wide and wet behind cracked goggles. "My lord, the forward companies cannot withdraw if we remain." Cordain turned his helm slowly. "They are not withdrawing." The colonel understood. His face folded inward as if struck. "Yes, lord." "Return to your men." The colonel saluted with a trembling hand and descended into the forward trench, where thousands of slaves and penal soldiers crouched behind sandbags, laser guns, autoguns, rusted grenade launchers, and fear. Then Leviathan struck again. Hormagaunts came first, bounding over the scorched corpse fields in waves so dense that the ground seemed to move. Heavy bolters opened from the rear line, their explosive shells punching through bodies and detonating in sprays of black blood and pale meat. Frag missiles burst among the swarm, shredding limbs, cracking chitin, throwing torn organisms into the air. The first wave hit the razor wire and came apart, bodies slicing open, organs spilling, legs sawing against monofilament until they were cut to twitching sections. The second wave crossed over them. The slaves fired until their guns steamed. Some hit, most did not. Fear made their hands useless, but their bodies still served. They drew the swarm into the open. They marked the path of the assault with their dying. "Left angle confirmed," Cordain said. "Mine band Deimos. Trigger." The ground beneath the second wave erupted. Landmines detonated in linked sequence, walking explosions through the Tyranid mass. Gaunts vanished into red fog. Tyranid warriors staggered as charges blew their legs out from beneath them. A Ravener erupted too late from below and was caught in the blast, its long body torn into sections that continued writhing in the mud. The trench cheered for less than a heartbeat. Then gargoyles descended through the smoke and fell upon the forward companies. Men died screaming under claw and teeth. Flesh-borer beetles punched into faces and hatched inside skulls. Acid spatters stripped cheeks from bone. One slave tried to beat a gargoyle to death with the stock of his rifle while the creature chewed through his throat. Another ran burning down the trench, arms waving, until an iron warrior shot him aside for blocking a firing lane. "Compress," Cordain ordered. The iron warriors began to withdraw from the outer belt with inhuman discipline. They moved by squads, never running, never turning their backs without covering fire. Siege shields locked together. Flamers washed trench mouths. Bolters hammered through smoke. Breaching charges were placed against support walls and armed. Behind them, the slave battalions realized they had been abandoned. Some tried to follow. The first wave of escapees were cut down by remote gun mounts. The second were driven back by Tyranids. The third simply froze between the two and died where they stood. Cordain reached the next trench belt as the denial charges went off behind him. The abandoned line disappeared in a chain of concussions. Ferrocrete walls folded inward. Fire belched from ammunition alcoves. The screams of trapped slaves vanished beneath the collapse. Tyranids died with them, buried under rubble and burning promethium. For several moments, the advance slowed. "Ground purchased," Cordain voxed. "Cost acceptable." No one asked him what the cost had been. Elsewhere, in the corpse-rendering plants beneath the inner industrial rings, the Tyranids found another artery. The plants were vast, foul cathedrals of recycling and necessity. Forge Fane wasted nothing it could render. Dead slaves, failed servitors, mutant laborers, executed cowards, battlefield remains, and anything too damaged for repair went into the vats. The machines ground meat from bone, boiled fat from skin, filtered blood into chemical feed, and pressed organic refuse into nutrient bricks for those still useful enough to eat. The Tyranids breached them from below. At first, the workers thought the vats were choking. The great paddles slowed. Pressure runes blinked amber. Nutrient sludge began to bubble where no heat had been ordered. Then feeder organisms came through the intake pipes, slick with corpse grease and chemical broth. They dropped into the vats and began to drink. Rippers followed. They poured from drainage grates and conveyor ducts, thousands upon thousands of them, chittering as they plunged into the rendered slurry. Many drowned in the nutrient sludge, their small bodies vanishing beneath brown-red foam. Others ate as they drowned. More crawled over them, using the sinking bodies as stepping stones. Feeder tendrils spread across the vats. Capillary filaments rooted into pipes. The machinery did not stop. Blades continued turning. Presses continued falling. Rendered human biomass and Tyranid feeder matter mixed into one obscene broth. Then gaunts emerged from the vats. They climbed out slick with human fat, chemical residue, and steaming nutrient paste. Their claws scraped across the vat rims. Their mouths opened and closed, strings of corpse slurry hanging from their teeth. Workers screamed and slipped on grease as they fled. Some fell into the vats and were dragged under by rippers. Others were caught against conveyor belts, their limbs pulled into grinders, while gaunts tore at their backs. A servitor welded to a cutting arm continued its programmed motions, while Tyranids ate its organic parts from beneath its metal harness. By the time the first Iron Warriors arrived, the corpse plants had become a living digestive organ. Malbrek Thane ordered them burned. Furnace vents opened above the vats. Promethium flooded the lower floors. The first ignition pulse turned the rendering halls into a storm of fire. Sludge boiled. Men exploded as gases in their guts ignited. Rippers burst like grease blisters. Gaunts thrashed in the flames, their slick bodies burning with the fat of the slaves they had climbed through. The plant was saved. It was also ruined. Cordain learned of the breach while withdrawing through Belt Tertius. He opened a direct line to Kolvax, amid bolter thunder and the hiss of flamers. "The enemy is using our infrastructure as ingress," he said. "Corpse plants, drainage pipes, ammunition rails, oxygen conduits, old roads, furnace ducts. It does not assault only from without. It advances through every function we preserved." Kolvax's reply came after a moment of static. "Then every preserved function becomes bait." "That is not a correction, warsmith. That is reinterpretation." A nearby trench wall burst inward. A ravener lunged through the dust. Cordain turned and fired 3 bolter rounds into its head, each detonation blowing away more skull, until the creature collapsed across the duckboards. He stepped over it and continued speaking. "The fortress is being consumed through its own organs. The fortress is forcing the enemy to expose itself in controlled corridors. The corridors are no longer controlled. They will be." Cordain paused as a shell burst overhead, raining mud, blood, and Tyranid limbs across his armor. "You would let the world die before admitting the design has been outthought." Kolvax's voice dropped colder. "Mind your language, Captain." Cordain said nothing. He had not intended rebellion. He had stated battlefield truth. But he understood now that Kolvax would never call this failure while a single gun still fired according to his command. Every lost bastion was bait. Every dead slave was expenditure. Every severed artery was an acceptable bleed. The fortress could be devoured whole, and the warsmith would name its digestion a strategy until the final wall fell on his head. "Continue compression," Kolvax ordered. "Acknowledged," Cordain said. The breach at Subwall Var became the next proof of Iron Warrior ferocity. A squad of Terminators held the choke point beneath a collapsed gate tower, while endless Hormagaunts poured from a tunnel wound below. There were 6 of them at first, warriors in cataphractii plate scarred by centuries, their armor striped in black and yellow, their combi bolters roaring, power fists crackling, chain fists grinding. They stood in a corridor barely wide enough for their shoulders, forming a wall no mortal force could have moved. The Tyranids did not try to move them. They tried to drown them. Hormagaunts came in a flood of talons and teeth. The Terminators fired until the floor vanished beneath bodies. Explosive rounds burst gaunts apart at arm's length, painting armor in strings of meat. Power fists crushed skulls into paste. Chain fists soared through chitin and bone, clogging with gore, clearing, clogging again. Flamers behind the Terminators washed the tunnel mouth until the dead burned in piles. Still the swarm came. After long minutes of killing, the bodies rose to the Terminators' thighs, then to their waists. One warrior, Barak Iron Vow, stepped forward to brace the line as gaunts climbed over the dead and onto his chest plate. He crushed one in his fist, head and thorax bursting between armored fingers. Another hooked claws under his gorget. A third leapt onto his helm. Others followed, scrabbling, biting, dying, holding. His brothers fired into the press, but the swarm clung with a single purpose. Barak's helm tore free. For an instant his face was visible, pale and scarred, one eye replaced by a red augmetic lens, teeth bared in contempt rather than fear. A Hormagaunt drove a talon through his cheek. Another claw punched beneath his jaw. A third struck the crown of his skull and cracked it open with repeated blows. Bone split. Dark blood poured down his face. Brain matter shone wetly under the lumen glare. He did not scream. He tried to spit a curse, but the next talon went through his mouth and out the back of his head. His brothers did not attempt rescue. They fired into him. Bolter rounds detonated in the mass around Barak Iron Vow, tearing gaunts apart, shredding his exposed head, cracking his armor, pulverizing everything that moved. When the smoke cleared, the Terminator still stood for a moment, held upright by the dead packed around him. Then his body sagged, faceless and ruined, and the line closed around his corpse. "Gap filled," said the squad sergeant. The killing continued. Near the inner citadel, Synapse creatures pressed closer. The shadow in the warp had been a weight since Leviathan's arrival. Now it became a hand around every mortal mind. Slaves heard whispers that were not voices. They heard their dead overseers calling from the floor. They heard claws beneath their own skins. They heard the ground chewing. Some threw themselves into ammunition presses, dying in bursts of crushed bone and sprayed blood, because the pressure in their skulls told them the machine jaws were kinder than the dark. Others opened blast doors to flee imagined things behind them, letting real gaunts through the gates. One shell crew murdered itself with loading hooks after staring too long at a zoanthrope drifting beyond the shield haze. Another threw live charges down an ammunition lift, killing 300 men and no Tyranids at all. Penal soldiers clawed out their own ears. Furnace workers jumped into promethium channels. Vox slaves repeated coordinates that led artillery fire onto friendly positions until an Iron Warrior crushed their skulls against the console. The Iron Warriors remained functional. They were transhuman, gene-forged, armored in contempt, and too disciplined to break under the same pressure that turned mortal minds into meat. But they felt it. They felt it as irritation, static behind the eyes, a hatred of sound, a growing disgust for the living noise beneath the stone, for the endless scrape, scrape, scrape of claws moving through their world. Their responses became harsher. Executions increased, orders shortened. Bolter fire came faster when mortals obstructed movement. Cordain understood that this too was part of the siege. The hive mind was not only killing bodies, it was degrading command efficiency. Malbrek Thane answered with furnace traps. He activated systems buried in the lower citadel before the long war had reached its current bitterness. Fire ducts opened across tunnel grids beneath the inner bastions. Promethium reservoirs, plasma waste lines, and furnace exhaust channels were redirected into occupied burrows. Ignition sigils burned along entire levels. The lower world became flame. Tunnel networks filled with burning pressure. Gaunts vanished in white fire. Raveners curled and blackened. Rippers ignited in sheets. Larger organisms thrashed against molten walls while their carapaces cracked and their organs cooked. The roar rose through the floors of Ironblood Citadel like the voice of a furnace god. For several hours, the tremor ghosts faded. Breach reports slowed. The underworld ceased moving in whole sectors. In the strategium, a captain allowed himself to say, "The lower swarm is burned out." Kolvax did not correct him. For a few hours, the Iron Warriors believed. Then the seismic auspex detected movement below the burned zones. Not within them, below them, deeper than the furnace traps, deeper than the old sealed roads, deeper than Malbrecht's fire could reach without cracking the fortress roots entirely. The rune moved again. Tremor Beast had gone beneath the flames. Varrock's 9 reached the inner citadel, half dead and unrecorded. He crawled out of a runoff culvert into a maintenance chapel where 3 servitors continued polishing shell casings beside a pile of corpses. His coat had been eaten through in places by acid. His hands were raw. His scalp was split. One eye had swollen nearly shut. He carried no weapon except a broken length of pipe he did not remember picking up. He was found by Iron Warriors and dragged before Cordain. The siege captain stood in a lower command gallery overlooking the withdrawal routes. Behind him, tactical displays flickered with failing sectors. Ahead, the corridor trembled with the distant sound of claws and guns. Cordain looked down at Varrox, as if regarding a damaged tool that had returned from a machine after being presumed destroyed. "You were assigned to the drainage demolition," Cordain said. Varrox tried to speak. Only blood came out at first. "Speak." Varrox swallowed. "They are not attacking us, Lord." Cordain's helm lenses remained fixed on him. "Clarify." Varrox's voice shook. He hated himself for that, but he could not stop it. "They are passing through us." No one spoke. Varrox kept going because the words had become worse inside him than outside. The trenches, the rail lines, the corpse vats, the drains, the slave cities, the tunnels. We are not walls to them. We are stone around the meat. They cut through what slows them. They eat what feeds them. They do not hate the fortress, Lord. They do not care that it is iron. Cordain understood. To the Tyranids, the Iron Warriors were not rivals, not hated foes, not worthy enemies, not masters of siegecraft to be answered in kind. They were minerals around biomass. Cordain turned from Varrox to the deep map. "Take him to a surviving labor gang," he said. "If he can stand, he can carry charges." Varrox laughed once, softly, because he had expected nothing else. The first visible crack appeared in Ironblood Citadel's outer wall during the red hour before the next bombardment cycle. It did not come from macro-shell impact. It did not come from bio-titan assault. It did not come from orbital fire, melter breach, seismic charge, or any weapon the defenders could honor by returning fire. It came from below. At first it was a line no wider than a blade cut, running up the adamantium-faced ferrocrete above Gate Bastion 17. Then the wall groaned, not loudly, not dramatically. It made a deep internal sound, the sound of weight discovering absence beneath itself. The crack climbed higher. Dust spilled from it. Armor plates shifted by finger widths. Gun galleries lost alignment. A murder hole sagged out of position. The wall, which had been built to endure armies, tilted by a fraction as the earth beneath it was hollowed away. On the highest parapet, Kolvax watched the crack form. Ash blew around him. The sky beyond the shield haze churned with wings and spores. The ground below crawled with Tyranid dead and Tyranid living. Somewhere far beneath his boots, Tremor Beast moved through the bones of his world. Cordain stood behind him. Malbrecht's voice rasped over the vox, heavy with static. Foundation subsidence confirmed. Outer shield anchor stress rising. Recommend immediate reinforcement or controlled collapse. Kolvax stared at the wound in his fortress. For a moment, his face showed nothing. Then his jaw tightened by a fraction so small, only another Iron Warrior might have seen it. "Every gun," he said. Cordain turned his helm. "Warsmith?" Kolvax looked out over the dying world. over the cracked wall, over the corpse fields, over the enemy that had found the one direction his fortress had not been arrogant enough to fear. "Every gun," he repeated. "Fire." Tremorbeast became a name before it became a sight. In the lower galleries of Ironblood Citadel, men began saying it in whispers, though none of them knew what shape the word should have in their mouths. They had heard it over broken vox channels. They had seen it stamped in red across tremor maps before those maps dissolved into static. They had watched iron warriors turn their helms toward the floor when the deep stone groaned, and they had understood that even the masters were listening for something beneath them. It was not seen at first. It was felt. A tremor passed through a shell lift, and the lift dropped 3 levels with its slave crew still inside, crushing men into red paste between ammunition cradles. A corridor floor bulged upward, then settled again, leaving no breach, no enemy, only a line of cracked ferrocrete and the stink of hot stone. A shrine of targeting cogitators lost alignment when its foundations shifted by a handspan. Lumen strips flickered in sequence across empty tunnels as something moved beneath them, following no route the iron warriors had carved. Walls vibrated before impact, bolts loosened, water in coolant basins trembled, suspended chains chimed softly in chambers where no wind moved. Auspec's ghosts stalked the underworld. One moment, the sensorium showed nothing but stone. The next, a vast biosignature appeared beneath a sealed artery, impossibly close, impossibly large, then vanished into interference. Seismic feeds captured motion, like a continent grinding its teeth. Heat maps flared and dimmed. Vox relays clicked open with no speaker, carrying only the deep, distant scrape of something immense, forcing its way through the bones of Forge Fane. Worse than the tremors was the silence. The Tyranids were never truly silent. The swarm had a sound even when no throat gave voice to it. Claws scraped, limbs clicked, wet mouths worked, rippers chittered in walls, gaunts breathed in packed masses, raveners rasped through ducts. The underworld had become an orchestra of alien motion, a ceaseless living pressure beneath the fortress. Then, before Tremorbeast struck, the broods went still. Not dead, not gone. Still. Slave crews noticed it first, and died before their warning mattered. Iron warriors noticed it later, and survived long enough to hate what they understood. The silence would spread through a sector like frost across glass. Then the floor would open, or the wall, or the ceiling, or all three at once. By the time the guns turned, the beast was already elsewhere, and the tunnels it left behind were full of lesser organisms pouring through the wound. Tremorbeast did not roar to announce itself. Forge Fane roared around it. In the highest strategium, Kolvax watched the rune move beneath Ironblood Citadel. The deep map was no longer clean. It was stained with errors, lost sectors, dead arteries, collapsed roads, burn zones, false positives, and the red crawl of enemy movement beneath the fortress roots. The rune-marked Tremorbeast drifted through layers of old stone and newer iron, avoiding known traps, bypassing sealed furnace shafts, slipping beneath collapsed sectors where lesser trigons had died. Kolvax stood with his helm sealed at last. The skull-faced plate gave his voice a metallic depth as it carried through the chamber. "I will kill it myself." Cordain turned from the map. "That is unnecessary." "No," Kolvax said. "It is command." Malbrek Thane's cracked iron mask reflected the tremor display. His surviving mechadendrites moved with quick, precise irritation over the command ports. The beast is not alone. It is a primary burrow organism directing lesser breaches through instinctive patterning or synaptic resonance. Removal may slow the underground assault. It will not end it. Kolvax looked at him. "I did not say it would end the assault." "Then state the function, Warsmith." "The function is correction." No one spoke after that. Cordain understood the truth beneath the word. Kolvax did not merely intend to destroy a Tyranid bioform. He intended to destroy the symbol of a violation. Tremorbeast had entered the logic of his fortress, and made a mockery of it. It had refused the wall. It had refused the killing fields. It had refused the geometry Kolvax had spent centuries perfecting. It had made Ironblood Citadel listen to the ground. Kolvax could not permit a creature to become the emblem of his failure. Malbrek prepared the trap beneath the Citadel's western foundation vaults, in an old munitions reservoir, emptied during the first cycles of Ironblood Protocol. The chamber was vast, a buried cathedral of reinforced ferrocrete and iron ribs, shaped like an inverted killing bowl. Its upper galleries had once stored macro shells. Its lower floor had been stripped to bare armor plate and marked with hazard sigils, gravitic anchor points, blast circles, and sacrificial channels. Layered void-hardened gates were placed along every known approach. Melter mines were seeded beneath the floor in overlapping fields. Gravitic anchors were fixed into the chamber walls, each one strong enough to pin a battle tank to stone. Seismic charges were sunk into support columns and foundation ribs. Kill corridors were cut into the surrounding walls and lined with demon-bound Lascanon arrays, each weapon slave to cogitators and crewed by servitors whose brains had been stripped of everything except obedience and aim. The trap was cruel, brilliant, and nearly sufficient. The main chamber would draw Tremorbeast through a false heat bloom and bait vibration. Once the Trigon entered, the gates would seal. Gravitic anchors would slow its motion. Lascanon arrays would crack the carapace. Melter mines would burn through the underside. Seismic charges would collapse the chamber in stages, dropping enough iron and stone to bury the beast, whether or not it lived through the fire. Cordain inspected the arrangement and found little fault in it. That worried him more than error would have. "The bait," Kolvax said. Cordain gave the order. Tens of thousands of humans were driven into the deep roads. Living prisoners from failed slave cities, penal laborers, munition haulers whose work gangs had been rendered inefficient, wounded soldiers still able to crawl, captured cult dregs from old stockades, men who had survived Forge Fane only because death had been busier elsewhere. They were chained to false ammunition carts packed with heat generators, blood tanks, and vibration engines tuned to mimic heavy shell movement. Some were given crates marked as ordnance. Some were made to drag broken rail sledges. Some had captured Tyranid feeder organisms chained behind them in cages, the little beasts shrieking and clawing, filling the tunnels with scent, heat, distress pheromones, and biological noise. No Iron Warrior objected. No one asked if the bait understood its purpose. Cordain stood behind a line of heavy bolters as the first convoy was whipped into the approach tunnel. Men stumbled forward under shock mauls and rifle butts. Explosive collars blinked red around their throats. A slave fell and was trampled by those behind him. Another tried to run back toward the Iron Warriors and died in a burst of collar fire that removed his head in a wet spray across the wall. Varrox 9 was among the men forced to watch, not as bait this time, but as a surviving overseer pressed into labor command. He saw the prisoners vanish into the tunnel haze with false ammunition carts creaking behind them. He heard their screams recede. He heard something answer from below, not a roar, but the shifting of stone under pressure. Cordain heard it too. "Seal rear access," he voxed. The gates closed behind the bait. The waiting began. In the trap chamber, Kolvax stood upon an armored command dais overlooking the killing floor. He wore Terminator plate, ancient and massive, its iron surfaces scarred by centuries of siege war. Hazard stripes crossed his left fist and shoulder. A demon-forged thunderhammer rested in one gauntlet, its head bound in black chains and brass sigils, the weapon growling faintly, as if eager to strike something with a soul, and irritated that the foe below possessed none. A combi melter was locked to his other arm. Servo harness limbs rose behind him like iron scorpion tails, each ending in claw, cutter, injector, or plasma torch. Malbrek stood in a control alcove above the chamber, connected to the trap by cables and wounded machines. Cordain waited with 2 squads at the outer gate, ordered to reinforce only if called. The bait convoy entered the killing floor below. The prisoners stumbled across the marked plates, sobbing, coughing, dragging their false cargo. The heat generators pulsed. The blood tanks leaked. Captured feeder organisms thrashed in their cages, spraying fluids over the floor. The humans did not understand why the Iron Warriors had not killed them yet. Then the chamber became silent. All the lesser noises stopped. No claws, no distant chittering, no scrape of rippers in drains, no tremor map warning, only the prisoners breathing. Kolvax lifted his hammer. The floor exploded. Tremor Beast erupted through the killing chamber in a storm of stone, iron, blood, and shattered bodies. It came from below like a living siege drill, immense beyond the scale of the Raveners and lesser Trigons that had preceded it. Its chitin was ridged and scarred, black-purple beneath layers of dust and burnt promethium. Scything talons carved through the air. Its maw opened and closed amid flying rubble, large enough to swallow a rhino whole. The first prisoners vanished instantly beneath its emergence, crushed, torn, or hurled into walls hard enough to burst. The gates slammed shut. Gravitic anchors fired. The beast hit the floor and slowed, its vast body forced down by invisible weight. Lascanon arrays opened from the walls. Beams of red-white light stabbed into its carapace from every angle. Chitin cracked. Plates burst outward. Acid blood flooded the chamber in hissing streams, eating into the floor and turning the remains of the bait into steam and bones. Melter mines detonated beneath its underside, burning holes through armored flesh. Lesser organisms that had followed through the breach died instantly around it, vaporized, pinned, or shredded. For a moment, the trap worked. Tremor Beast thrashed in the killing field, caught in the geometry of iron blood. Its talons struck void-hardened gates and left gouges, but did not break through. Its body convulsed under sustained las fire. Melter flame chewed through its lower plates. Seismic charges detonated in controlled bursts, hammering the chamber with pressure waves that cracked more of its shell. Kolvax watched from the dais. "Even adaptation has limits," he said. Then the second layer opened. The hive mind had not sent Tremor Beast alone. Other tunnels ruptured around the trap chamber, not into the main kill zone, but around it, beneath the control galleries, behind the Lascanon arrays, under the power conduits. Through maintenance alcoves, the Iron Warriors had marked as too narrow for a primary breach. They were not too narrow for Raveners. They were not too narrow for Gaunts. They were not too narrow for the swarm to make wider with its dead. Gaunts flooded the control galleries. Servitors vanished beneath claws. Gun crews died screaming as flesh borers punched through their faces and hatched in their skulls. Raveners coiled through power lines, severing conduits and dragging entire weapon arrays from their mounts. One Lascanon gallery fell silent, then another. Tyranid warriors emerged through a side breach and engaged the Iron Warriors command squad stationed above the western gate, their bone zords flashing in the red light. The trap became a feeding pit. Malbrecht's control alcove shook as Gaunt slammed against the blast screen. "Power loss in Array 3, he said. Array 7 compromised. Secondary conduits severed. Gravitic anchor stability falling." Kolvax descended from the command dais. "Hold the anchors. They are being eaten. Then make them choke." The warsmith entered the killing floor. Tremor Beast turned toward him through smoke and fire. Kolvax strode over the dissolving remains of prisoners and alien spawn, Terminator boots sinking into blood and acid-scorched sludge. His combi melter fired first. The beam struck Tremor Beast beneath the jaw and bored deep, blasting through chitin into the wet machinery of its throat. The beast recoiled, acid blood spraying across Kolvax's armor and hissing against the plate. He did not slow. "I built this world to endure gods," he said. "You are only meat." The thunderhammer struck. The blow landed against Tremor Beast's forward carapace, with enough force to crack armor thicker than a bastion gate. The demon-bound weapon howled as it discharged. Chitin split. Flesh burst beneath. The Trigon convulsed, talons gouging the floor. Kolvax struck again, this time at a joint beneath one scything limb. Bone and shell shattered. The limb sagged, half severed. Servo harness claws fired cutters and plasma torches into the wound, widening it, burning deeper. For the first time, Tremor Beast seemed close to death. Not afraid, never afraid, but damaged, slowed, bleeding heavily, forced into the shape of the Iron Warrior's design. Cordain saw the chance and moved toward the gate with his squads. "Opening reinforcement path," he voxed. "Negative," Kolvax answered. "Warsmith, the control galleries are compromised. We can secure the flanks." "No, seal all blast doors." Cordain stopped. Static snarled across the channel. "Repeat order." Kolvax drove his hammer into Tremor Beast's chest plates again, cracking another ridge. "Seal all blast doors. Nothing leaves this chamber until the beast is dead. That will trap you inside. It will trap it inside." Cordain looked through the reinforced view slit as gaunts swarmed over the gallery beyond, as lacerees died one by one, as Tremor Beast twisted in the fire, and Kolvax advanced through acid smoke. There was no betrayal in what followed. There was no hesitation that mattered. There was only obedience. "Seal all blast doors," Cordain ordered. The gates locked. Iron slammed into iron throughout the trap complex. Emergency bars engaged. Void-hardened seals burned hot as they fused. The reinforcement path closed in Cordain's face, leaving him outside the killing chamber, with his bolter raised and nothing to shoot but the organisms clawing through adjacent halls. Inside, the fight changed. Tremor Beast stopped trying to kill Kolvax directly. Its talons no longer struck only at the warsmith's armor. They struck the chamber, the floor plates, the support columns, the Lascanon housings, the gravitic anchor points. It coiled not away from the hammer, but around the geometry of the trap, smashing one column so that the ceiling shifted, dragging its torn body across mine seams to detonate them early, ramming its wounded mass into the floor to widen the breach beneath itself. Kolvax saw it too late. The beast was conducting siege, not through thought as men knew thought, not through pride, not through doctrine, through pressure, instinct, death memory, and the invisible command of Leviathan. It attacked the structure that made Kolvax strong. It refused the duel. It assaulted the battlefield. "Stand and die," Kolvax snarled. Tremor Beast struck a support pillar. The chamber answered with collapse. A section of the ceiling came down, crushing dead gaunts, live gaunts, broken guns, and the last screaming prisoners into one mass. Dust and smoke filled the kill zone. Kolvax's auto-senses flared with warning runes. He pushed forward through the fall, hammer raised, servo claws digging into the buckling floor for balance. Malbrecht's voice cut through the vox, distorted and urgent. "Foundation failure. The chamber is losing integrity." Kolvax ignored him. Tremor Beast dragged itself through the fire toward the warsmith, its body ruined and still immense. One scything limb hung broken. Its throat smoked from melter damage. Its carapace was cracked open in several places, acid blood pouring from wounds deep enough to reveal pulsing organs beneath. Lesser organisms died around it by the hundreds, crushed under falling iron, burned in promethium, shredded by the last functional guns. Still it came on. Kolvax planted his boots in the collapsing floor. Around him, alarms screamed. The walls bowed inward. The ground shivered as another tunnel opened beneath the chamber. Through the smoke, he saw the great Trigon's head lower, not like a beast preparing to charge, but like a siege drill aligning with the weakest point in a wall. The warsmith lifted his hammer. The equation could still be corrected. Force could still answer force. Iron could still master flesh. A single killing blow could restore meaning to every collapse, every burned slave city, every dead engine, every cracked bastion, every tremor beneath his world. Tremor Beast lunged. The floor split beneath them both. Darkness took Kolvax before the ground finished swallowing him. He fell through ruin with Tremor Beast beneath him, above him, around him, its vast wounded body smashing through the lower foundations of his fortress, as if Ironblood Citadel were no more than rotten bone. The failed kill chamber collapsed in layers. Ferrocrete plates sheared away. Iron ribs snapped. Dead gaunts, broken Lascanon housings, torn cables, fragments of slave bodies, molten slag, and chunks of shattered armor fell with him in a storm of wreckage. His Terminator plate struck a foundation beam hard enough to crater it. Warning runes flashed across his autosenses. Left knee actuator strained, right pauldron impact compromised. Servo, harness limb 2 severed. External acid contamination. Helm integrity damaged but sealed. Combi melter still functional. Thunderhammer active. Secondary Vox intermittent. Life signs stable. Pain irrelevant. Kolvax landed in the under foundations of Ironblood Citadel in a crouch that split the floor beneath his boots. The chamber around him was not on any current tactical map. It had been a void between structural masses, a forgotten service foundation where old support pylons met newer reinforcement plates, where dead machinery had been sealed away rather than removed, where pipes the width of hab corridors vanished into walls slick with condensation and rust. It smelled of hot stone, old oil, acid, blood, and the rank alien musk of Tyranid digestion. A dozen dead slaves lay scattered across the floor. They had been buried here by some previous collapse or dragged through by the swarm. Some were fresh, still twitching. Some had been crushed flat beneath falling iron. Some had no heads. One had been split open from within, ribs bent outward, organs missing, a clutch of ripper organisms feeding inside the hollow of his torso. Gaunts lay dead among them, burned, crushed, bisected by falling debris. A broken defiler claw jutted from the rubble like the hand of a buried titan. Red lumen strips flickered overhead, throwing the chamber into pulses of light and black. Tremor Beast moved in the dark. Kolvax heard stone grinding before he saw it. He turned, autosenses stuttering through static, and fired his combi melter into the motion. The beam punched through dust and struck chitin. Acid blood flashed into steam. The Trigon's immense body recoiled through a shattered archway, leaving a slick of burning fluids across the wall. Kolvax rose to his full height. "You are contained," he voxed. The words returned to him as static from the broken walls. He did not need the beast to understand. He needed the declaration to exist. With one command pulse, he awakened the chamber's remaining defense systems. Dead consoles blinked into life. Remote turrets unfolded from ceiling recesses with shrieks of neglected metal. Servo mines detached from wall clamps and floated low above the floor, their little grav motors whining. Emergency bulkheads began to descend in distant corridors, sealing off access ways one after another. Kolvax would make an arena of the ruin. If the fortress had failed to provide geometry, he would impose it. The first turret opened fire as lesser organisms poured through a crack near the floor. Gaunts came in a tight knot, claws scraping, jaws wide, eyes empty. The turret's heavy stubber cut the first apart. Kolvax crushed the second beneath one iron boot, feeling its carapace collapse like brittle plate. His thunderhammer took the third and fourth together, discharging with a thunderclap that splashed their bodies across a support column. A ripper swarm spilled from the split slave corpse and rushed his legs. His servo harness flamer ignited, washing the floor in burning promethium. The creatures burst and curled, popping like fat in a pan. Tremor Beast struck from behind the wall, not through the doorway, not through the channel his guns covered, through the wall itself. A talon punched through ferrocrete and adamantium bracing, carving across Kolvax's right side with enough force to throw him into a pylon. His armor screamed. The pylon cracked. Kolvax turned the impact into motion, braced, and swung the hammer into the limb before it withdrew. The blow broke chitin and drove splinters of shell deep into the flesh beneath. The limb vanished into the wall. Kolvax fired after it. Melter heat turned the breach into a white wound. The stone sagged. Something vast moved beyond it, already withdrawing. The warsmith understood the motion and hated it. Tremor Beast would not stand. It would not remain where his guns could measure it. It would not answer challenge with challenge. It would not obey the primitive dignity of predator against predator, warlord against beast, iron against chitin. It hunted through the world as the world itself had become its weapon. It struck, withdrew, collapsed the space between blows, then struck from elsewhere. It opened walls rather than entering doors. It shattered ceilings rather than crossing floors. It attacked every certainty except the one Kolvax wanted to prove. The hive mind had no honor. It had no hatred. It had no understanding of the meaning. Kolvax placed upon the fight. It did not know that a warsmith stood against it. It did not know pride. It did not know humiliation. It did not know the long war, the bitterness of Olympia, the iron doctrines of Perturabo, the centuries of labor poured into Forge Fane's fortress skin. It knew pressure. It knew heat. It knew biomass. It knew access. Kolvax wanted victory to prove something. Leviathan wanted an opening. Above them, Ironblood Citadel began failing by sections. Shield generator banks along the western foundation stuttered under overload. Outer bastions lost power as feed lines snapped and relay shrines drowned in acid seep. Magazines detonated when tremors threw shell cradles from their locks. One inner gun tower ceased firing, not because its crew was dead, but because its entire ammunition lift had dropped into a widening void beneath the floor. A chapel of targeting cogitators exploded in blue fire when a power surge ran backward through the command spine. The fortress did not fall all at once. It lost functions, one by one. Cordain assumed command because no other act remained rational. He stood in the lower strategium, surrounded by overlapping alarms, black sector runes, and captains waiting for a declaration he did not give. Kolvax's command rune still burned amber, flickering but alive. A warsmith did not become dead because he fell from sight. A warsmith did not lose command because stone intervened. Among the Iron Warriors, assumption was dangerous. Premature succession was not ambition. It was an invitation to civil war. Central batteries will continue fire, Cordain said. Reassign shield control to auxiliary nodes. Collapse western slave warrens. Reinforce inner gates with all remaining Terminator reserves. Mark lower foundation combat zone as restricted. No detonation until command confirmation. A captain turned his helm. Warsmith Kolvax is isolated. Correct. Command degradation is increasing. Correct. Then authority must be clarified. Cordain looked at him. Authority remains clarified until the rune goes black. The captain did not speak again. Malbrek Thane worked like a butcher, trying to read scripture written in blood. Kolvax's armor telemetry came through in impossible fragments. Pressure spikes beyond survivable tolerances. Acid contamination across multiple plate seams. Structural collapse in all directions. Heat bloom from melter discharge. Servo harness damage. Weapon discharge. Life signs stable, then distorted, then stable again. Around the warsmith's signal moved one enormous biosignature that confused every Auspex sweep trying to measure it. Sometimes the beast appeared above him, sometimes below, sometimes around him in a ring, as if the tunnels themselves had become its body. Malbrek's mechadendrites stabbed into the console ports, forcing data through broken relays. Total detonation of the lower foundations is advised, he voxed to Cordain. Denied. The combat zone intersects multiple inner support arteries. If the organism continues upward, Ironblood's heart is exposed. Denied until Kolvax is confirmed dead. This is sentiment. This is command law. This is inefficiency. Cordain's voice remained flat. This is Legion reality. If I bury a living warsmith without confirmation, every captain with a grievance becomes judge, heir, or executioner. Confirm death, then recommend murder. Malbrek hissed scrap code through his grill. Attempting confirmation. Below, Kolvax fought alone beneath his own world. He triggered a line of servo mines as Tremorbeast burst through a support arch. The mines flew into the opening and detonated against its face. The blasts shattered one eye cluster and peeled plates from its skull. The Trigon recoiled, slamming into the ceiling. Rock fell in sheets. Kolvax advanced through the collapse, Thunderhammer raised, Combi Melter firing until the weapon's casing glowed. The melter beam punched into an old wound beneath the beast's jaw. Tremorbeast convulsed. Its talons lashed out, one striking the floor, another cutting through a turret mount, a third carving a trench across Kolvax's chest plate. The impact cracked armor and drove him back. He answered with the hammer, smashing the same weakened jaw plate. Chitin broke inward. Acid blood flooded over his gauntlets and hissed against the weapon haft. A lesser brood poured around the beast's body, gaunts and rippers spilling from the tunnel behind it. Kolvax walked into them. His boots crushed skulls. His hammer reduced bodies to pulped smears. His servo harness claw caught a gaunt by the torso and cut it in half. He fired the melter into a Tyranid warrior emerging from the breach, burning a tunnel through its chest so wide he could see the wall behind it. The creature fell in sections. Another warrior struck him with a bone sword that glanced from his pauldron and left a glowing scar in the plate. Kolvax backhanded it with the thunder hammer and erased its upper body against a pillar. He was magnificent. He was monstrous. He was everything the Iron Warriors believed a warlord should be. Cold, relentless, stronger than mortal fear, harder than pain, too proud to kneel before gods, Xenos, or doom. Around him, the Underfoundation became a ring of ruined alien flesh. And still, Tremorbeast was not dueling him. The beast withdrew again, bleeding, dragging its wounded mass through a tunnel it had made by striking the floor until it broke. The motion pulled Kolvax after it deeper into the Foundation voids. He followed. His auto-senses mapped the path and failed to reconcile it with old schematics. Walls that should have existed were gone. Chambers that should have been sealed were open. Support ribs had been cut, cracked, or undermined. The tunnel Tremorbeast carved was not a mere passage. It was a line drawn through the fortress's heart, bypassing gates, kill corridors, bastions, and armor. Behind the Trigon, lesser organisms widened the way. Feeder beasts secreted slime across broken surfaces. Gaunts poured through. Raveners vanished into side fissures. Rippers spread into cracks like infection. Kolvax stopped. For the first time, the full scale of the failure came into focus. Tremorbeast had not only attacked Ironblood Citadel, it had opened it. Every strike, every withdrawal, every collapsed chamber, every false duel had pulled him along the breach route. His own pursuit had carried command attention into the very place Leviathan needed widened. The failed trap, the sealed blast doors, the lower foundations, the remote defenses, the duel he had insisted upon, all of it had become part of the swarm's solution. He had not contained the beast. He had followed it into the artery it was cutting. Kolvax looked through the cracked tunnel ahead and saw the first broods entering spaces that led upward, toward the inner magazines, toward the shield generators, toward the command spines, toward the heart of Ironblood Citadel. His fortress had not been stormed. It had been solved. The realization lasted less than a second before pride crushed it into rage. Kolvax opened every remaining command channel his damaged armor could reach. Foundation breach route identified, he voxed. All upper gates seal. Kill zones invert. Fire downward. No withdrawal. No surrender of function. Iron endures. Static ate the last words. Tremorbeast struck from below. The floor beneath him burst open, not as a crack this time, but as a mouth made of collapsing stone. The Trigon erupted upward through rubble and fire, jaws opening wide enough to engulf Terminator plate. Its wounded head was a ruin of cracked chitin, melted flesh, and blind rage that was not rage at all, only motion shaped by the will behind it. Acid blood poured from its wounds. Its throat still smoked from melter burns. One talon hung broken. Another impaled the floor beside Kolvax, pinning him for the fraction of a heartbeat the beast required. Kolvax charged into it. He did not pray. He did not call upon gods he despised. He did not beg Perturabo's name or curse the Emperor or demand witness from his sons. What came from his vox grill was a calculation of hate, a roar flattened into command. Iron within. His combi melter fired point blank into the open maw. The beam vanished down Tremor Beast's throat and detonated chunks of internal tissue. Flesh boiled. Black fluid burst outward. Teeth the length of swords cracked and flew apart. Kolvax drove his thunderhammer forward, smashing into the upper jaw, forcing it back by sheer transhuman strength and the discharge of a demon-bound weapon hungry for impact. For one impossible moment, he held the beast open. His armor servos screamed, his shoulder joints strained, warning runes became a wall of red. Acid washed over his chest and helm, stripping paint, eating into seals, hissing through cracks. His servo harness claws dug into the Trigon's mouthplates, cutting, burning, trying to widen the wound. Then, Tremor Beast closed. Ceramite screamed. The sound was worse than metal tearing, because it was armor made by war. Armor that had endured centuries of sieges. Armor that had broken men and machines and fortresses, collapsing under biological pressure without ceremony. Kolvax's right arm vanished between the jaws first, Thunderhammer still clenched in his fist. The weapon discharged inside the mouth, blowing a crater through the beast's cheek, but the jaw continued to close. His pauldron cracked, his breastplate buckled inward. Servo motors spasmed and burst. Ribs reinforced by genecraft and augmetics snapped one after another beneath the compression. His helm display filled with blood. For an instant, he saw through red fluid and cracked lenses. Teeth, chitin, the inner wet walls of the monster's mouth, sparks from his dying armor, his own gauntlet firing a weapon that no longer had a target beyond the flesh swallowing it. He tried to speak. The vox captured only static, pressure distortion, and the wet metallic crunch of a body in Terminator plate being crushed whole. Tremor Beast swallowed warsmith Kolvax, not as a rival, not as a trophy, not as vengeance, as matter. Its throat convulsed around iron, bone, ceramite, cables, gene-forged organs, weapons, rage, history, and command. The damaged melter had burned deep, and the hammer had broken plates from within its jaws, but the beast forced the mass down. Its body shuddered. Acid poured from its mouth. Broken armor fragments scraped against its teeth and vanished into the dark of its gullet. Then the Trigon moved, horribly wounded, half-blind, bleeding from a dozen ruinous wounds, its throat torn, its carapace cracked, one limb dragging. It should have been dying. Perhaps it was dying. The hive mind did not care. Tremor Beast had fulfilled the required function. It had opened the way. Behind it, the breach widened. Tyranid broods poured through the wound made by the fall of Kolvax. Gaunts came first, crawling over broken foundation plates slick with their own blood and the warsmiths. Raveners followed through side channels, widening cracks with their bodies. Tyranid warriors stepped from the smoke, synapse pressure rolling ahead of them like invisible thunder. Rippers spread into cable ducts. Feeder organisms rooted into shattered walls and began the work of softening iron, stone, and corpse matter into pathways. The tunnel Tremor Beast had carved became an invasion artery into Ironblood Citadel. Above, in the lower strategium, every display flickered at once. Kolvax's command rune blinked amber, then red, then black. The change passed across every Iron Warrior's display still functioning on Forge Fane. In gun towers, trench bunkers, shield nodes, command galleries, armories, and collapsing bastions, the rune of the warsmith died without anthem or eulogy. No bell tolled, no priest spoke, no slave understood the meaning until an Iron Warrior near him went still for too long. In the strategium, no one spoke for several seconds. Cordain looked at the black rune. Malbrecht's cracked voice came over the vox, low and distorted. Confirmation achieved. A captain shifted his stance. Another turned his helm toward Cordain. Somewhere beneath them, something vast moved through the foundations, and with it came the wet, scraping chorus of the swarm entering the heart of the fortress. Cordain did not bow his head. Iron warriors did not mourn as other warriors mourned. They did not sing. They did not weep. They did not name grief when duty could still be forced through clenched teeth. He opened the command channel. "Continue firing," he said. Ironblood Citadel did not fall from the outside. Its walls still stood against the red sky. Its macro cannon galleries still spat fire into the clouds. Its bastions still faced the killing fields with their adamantium teeth bared. Void shield pylons still burned with wounded light, cycling through overload, failure, recovery, overload again. From orbit, the greatest fortress of Forge Fane might still have looked alive, still defiant, still capable of devouring armies beneath its guns. Inside, it was opening like a corpse. The Tyranids came through the foundations Kolvax had died beneath. They erupted into sacred command vaults where wars had been planned for centuries, where brass data reliquaries held siege equations written in the blood of murdered imperial commanders. Gaunts burst from the floor beneath cogitator banks, claws scrabbling through cracked plasteel, jaws snapping at the legs of thralls wired into their stations. They climbed over command altars and tore savants from their harnesses, spilling lungs, cables, and entrails across glowing tactical plates. Servo skulls tried to continue their patrol routes and were plucked from the air, bitten open, or knocked into walls by the press of bodies. They breached armories where bolters, melter charges, chain axes, Lascannon cells, and siege shields hung in perfect racks. Hormagaunts bounded through the aisles, knocking weapons into the blood-slick floor. Rippers spilled into ammunition lockers, chewing leather grips, corpse fat, and exposed flesh with equal eagerness. One slave armorer tried to drag a crate of grenades away from the swarm and fell screaming beneath a knot of feeder organisms that stripped the muscles from his back while his hands still clutched the handles. They came into slave barracks stacked beneath the inner keep, where men chained in sleeping tiers woke to claws in the dark. There was no time for orders, no time for overseers to raise shock mauls. The lower bunks vanished first, bodies jerked down into a frenzy of teeth and talons. Men above kicked and clawed at their chains, trying to climb over one another, pissing themselves, screaming, breaking wrists to free hands from manacles. A blast door at the end of the barrack opened for a retreating ammunition crew, and the entire chained population surged toward it as one terrified animal. The Tyranids hit them from behind and drove the crowd into the opening so tightly that bodies burst against the frame. They came into reactor shrines. Tech thralls fused to coolant lecterns died without being unplugged. Their bodies gnawed open while their augmetic fingers continued typing emergency litanies. Warpsmith acolytes fought with cutting torches and servo claws beside plasma regulators large enough to power cities. A Tyranid warrior drove a bone sword through the chest of one acolyte and pinned him to a reactor control pillar. The acolyte spat oil and blood, reached up with one mechadendrite, and vented coolant into the creature's face. Both froze, cracked, and were shattered by the next wave of gaunts. They came into artillery decks behind the guns. For the first time, Ironblood's greatest advantage became a mockery. Its layered walls faced outward. Its kill zones pointed toward the ash wastes. Its murder holes had been angled to scour approach trenches. Its macro cannons were built to break armies beneath the sky. The enemy appeared behind the gun crews. A shell cathedral beneath Gunspire Malak opened from below as a Trigon broodkin drove a fresh tunnel through the deck. The first gaunts climbed out between the shell cradles. Loader crews died still chained to their workstations. One giant macro shell, half raised into the breach, slipped when its crane operators were slaughtered. It dropped onto the platform, crushed 40 men flat, cracked open, and spilled propellant slurry across the floor. A flamer blast ignited the slurry seconds later. The artillery deck became a furnace. Men, gaunts, cranes, shells, and gun servitors vanished behind a wall of yellow fire. Drage Cordain took command of a fortress that was being invaded in every direction except the one it had been designed to face. He stood in the lower strategium beneath failing lumen strips and a ceiling that rained dust with every tremor. Kolvax's rune was black. No captain challenged the succession. Not yet. There were too many enemies to murder before the Iron Warriors could return to murdering one another for hierarchy. Cordain's orders came clipped and fast. Seal compromised decks, execute panicking slaves at first obstruction, redistribute ammunition from silent batteries to active choke points, abandon wounded legionaries who cannot move under their own power unless they retain heavy weapons, detonate lower sectors by breach priority, preserve Lascannon cells, melter stores, and missile stock, kill synapse beasts first, do not waste fire on rippers unless they threaten mechanisms, no pursuit beyond marked lines, compression continues. A captain in battered Terminator plate looked toward a hololith where entire lower districts blinked red. The central keep remains defensible. The central keep remains useful, Cordain corrected. Defensible is now a temporary condition. The Iron Warriors moved with savage discipline through corridors that had become intestines of war. Gaunts came first, as they always came, bodies used as armor for the will behind them. They soaked bolter fire until corridors filled with their torn remains. Hormogaunts followed, bounding over their dead, hitting shield lines with enough speed to impale themselves on bayonets, chain blades, and siege pikes before the next rank climbed over them. Tyranid warriors stood behind the press, directing with twitching limbs and synaptic force, sending broods around minefields, into ducts, through broken walls, into wounded fire arcs. Psychic organisms drifted into view near the inner vaults, bulbous skulls pulsing, bodies suspended by power that made mortal eyes bleed. Their pressure struck fortified positions like invisible artillery. Slave gunners screamed and clawed at their ears. One Iron Warrior staggered as warning runes flickered across his helm display, then steadied and fired a crack missile into the nearest creature. The zoanthrope-like beast burst in a flash of brain matter, purple ichor, and psychic backlash that killed every mortal within the chamber and left the Iron Warriors snarling through vox static. Carnifexes battered through blast doors. The first came into gate-spine Cordax, with its skull lowered and its carapace pitted by las fire. A blast door the thickness of a tank hull bowed inward under the first impact. The second cracked the locking teeth. The third tore the door from its rails and sent it spinning down the corridor, crushing slaves and gaunts alike. Havocs waiting beyond opened fire with missile launchers and heavy bolters. The Carnifex died in the doorway, but its corpse formed a ramp. Gaunts streamed over it before the smoke cleared. Trigons opened fresh breaches, where no map allowed a breach to exist. Rippers consumed the dead and wounded, while battle still raged over them. A fallen Iron Warrior, pinned beneath rubble with his legs gone, continued firing his bolt pistol until the weapon locked empty. Rippers climbed his chestplate, forced themselves beneath his gorget, and began eating the meat of his throat. He triggered the grenade mag locked to his belt and turned himself and the swarm into a red flash against the wall. Varrox 9 saw all of it in fragments because survival had become a corridor with no end. He had been dragged from labor gang to ammunition gang to demolition detail until the difference between orders and execution had blurred into one long command to keep moving before something ate him or an Iron Warrior shot him for slowing. He carried a crate of melter charges with 3 other slaves through an inner transit hall, ankle deep in blood. The ceiling shook. The walls dripped acid. Every few moments, a gun battery somewhere above fired, and the whole corridor pulsed like a heart. A slave beside him whispered, "The masters will hold." Varrox looked at him, The man's eyes were wide, empty, desperate for a lie large enough to live inside. Ahead, an iron warrior shot a wounded slave because the man was blocking a doorway with his crawling body. Behind them, rippers stripped another man down to bone while he was still trying to stand. Varrox understood then, with a clarity that did not comfort him. The Iron Warriors would spend his life as a decimal, a mark in a ledger, a weight of meat placed where it could slow the enemy, carry a charge, load a shell, or draw a claw. The Tyranids would spend his flesh as fuel. They would not hate him, punish him, test him, or remember him. They would dissolve him into the same hunger that had consumed bastions, defilers, titans, slaves, and warsmiths. There was no salvation on Forge Fane, only different forms of consumption. Malbrek Thane made his last fortress in the Demon Engine Repair Cathedral. With the defiler cohorts gone, the cathedral should have been a tomb for dead machines. Instead, the warpsmith turned it into a factory of spite. It was a vast nave of cranes, suspended gantries, furnace pits, servo shrines, weapon racks, and half-assembled engines chained in rows beneath iron arches. Defiler limbs hung from hooks. Demon cores pulsed in brass cages. Weapon servitors waited in wall sockets, their flesh withered around guns, bolted through their bones. Corrupted automata stood dormant in alcoves, their heads bowed beneath layers of dust and old blood. Furnace skulls floated in cages, their eye sockets glowing with pilot flames. Malbrek connected himself to the cathedral throne. Cables pierced his armor. Needles entered the meat and metal of his spine. His remaining mechadendrites locked into control sockets. The throne accepted him with a scream of data and pain. The cathedral woke. Half-built engines crawled from repair cradles, their missing limbs replaced by crane hooks, cutting arms, and weld rigs. Weapon servitors unfolded from the walls and opened fire with plasma guns, heavy stubbers, flamers, and needle cannons. Automata lurched forward, fists crackling with unstable power. Furnace skulls flew down the nave, trailing sparks and promethium fumes, detonating among the first gaunt broods like hateful comets. The Tyranids came through 3 breaches at once. Malbrek answered with the cathedral itself. A crane arm swung across the nave and smashed a carnifex into a furnace wall, hard enough to burst its organs through its cracked belly. Molten metal poured from overhead ladles onto a carpet of hormagaunts, covering them in shining silver death as they thrashed and fused to the floor. Cutting lasers swept through winged organisms that had entered through the upper vents, slicing them into falling ribbons. Servitors fired until their gun limbs melted. Automata crushed gaunts beneath iron feet, then vanished beneath rippertides that chewed through cables and exposed joints. Demon cores screamed in their cages as Tyranid warriors targeted them. One half-built engine tried to rise from its cradle, a defiler torso with only 3 legs and no armor over its bound heart. A warrior drove its blade limbs into the cage and wrenched. The demon inside howled, not from fear, but fury at being touched by hunger that did not bargain. The cage tore free. The core burst in a flash of warp fire that burned Tyranids and slaves alike. The shadows smothered the aftertaste, crushing the warp flame into smoke. Malbrek snarled through the throne vox. More heat. The furnaces opened wider. In the central keep, Cordain chose to restore the inner void shields. It was a damned calculation. Without the shields, airborne organisms and bioartillery would continue to strike the upper citadel. With them, the fortress might hold long enough to compress the defense around the final magazine vaults and command spine. The shield generator banks had lost primary power when Tremor Beast broke the foundation roots. Auxiliary feed could be restored only by reaching the inner pylon chapel, now buried behind Tyranid-held corridors. Cordain led the counterattack himself. Terminator squads took point, their armor battered, their combi bolters loaded with the last sanctified magazines from Kolvax's private stores. Havocs followed with missile launchers, autocannons, and heavy bolters braced against their shoulders. Warpsmith thralls carried cable rigs, fuse clamps, and portable reactor keys. Surviving obliterators came behind them, flesh metal bodies twitching, weapons growing and receding, as if their mutations smelled the slaughter ahead. The corridor to the pylon chapel was packed with alien bodies before the advance began. The Iron Warriors pushed through anyway. Bolters roared. Flamers turned body heaps into burning ramps. Terminators shoved through piles of dead gaunts, while living ones clawed at their legs. Havocs fired into synapse creatures at the far end of the hall, missiles bursting against chitin, autocannons walking shells through torsos, heavy bolters detonating skulls in sprays of black fluid. An obliterator grew a lascannon from its forearm and speared a floating psychic beast through the brain, then screamed as its own shoulder split open to birth a plasma cannon that fired into the next wave. Cordain killed with method. A gaunt leapt at him. He broke it with his bolter stock. A warrior stepped through the smoke, bonesword raised. Cordain shot it twice in the knee, once in the throat, then finished it with his chain axe as it fell. A ravener burst from the wall beside him. He let it impale a warpsmith thrall, then placed a crack grenade into the creature's open maw and shoved both bodies aside before the detonation painted the wall with them. They reached the pylon chapel, with fewer than half their number still moving. The chapel's floor was split. Its shield generators pulsed fitfully beneath layers of alien slime. Rippers chewed through cable bundles. A dead Iron Warrior lay across the main control bridge, his armor cracked open, his body half consumed. Warpsmith thralls set to work immediately, ignoring the teeth around them. They burned away feeder organisms, clamped new cables into place, keyed auxiliary power, and died as they worked. One lost his head to a gaunt, but his body remained upright for several seconds, hands locked in final obedience around the reactor lever. Feed restored, a thrall rasped through blood. Cordain looked up through the cracked chapel roof. Raise shields. The inner void shields came back over Ironblood's citadel in a wounded flare of blue-white force. For a heartbeat, it looked like victory. The shield halo sealed around the central keep, the upper artillery decks, and the remaining command spine. Gargoyles striking from above burst against the barrier. Spores detonated harmlessly outside it. Bioplasma splashed across the field and ran in luminous sheets. The surviving guns elevated, recalculated, and fired with renewed purpose. Then, Leviathan answered from inside the shield envelope. Biological artillery organisms had already entered the citadel. They had been carried through tunnels, dragged through breaches, hidden in lower armories, grown in corpse chambers, fed by the dead, and positioned behind the lines while the Iron Warriors fought to restore the very barrier that would trap their fire within. Biovores pulsed in the lower decks and launched spore mines upward through elevator shafts. Exocrine-like beasts braced in ruined artillery halls and spat streams of bioplasma into enclosed galleries. Living sacks burst against shielded ceilings, splashing acid and explosive tissue across confined spaces. The restored void shield trapped the pressure. Detonations that should have vented into the sky rebounded inward. Shockwaves slammed through corridors. Fire rolled back from barrier edges. Acid rain fell inside the keep. Cordain realized too late. The hive mind had wanted the shields restored, not because it understood irony, because containment amplified destruction. A bioplasma burst struck the pylon chapel's inner dome and reflected downward through the broken roof. The blast killed the last thralls and threw Cordain from his feet. A Terminator beside him took the main force of the impact and stood for a moment with his armor glowing white, then collapsed as the flesh inside boiled and ran from the joints. The shield held. That was the horror of it. The shield held, and everything inside became the pressure chamber. Malbrek felt the same realization in the repair cathedral as internal blast waves slammed through the furnace ducts. He was fused to the throne now, too deep to leave without tearing out most of what remained of his spine. Tyranids filled the nave below. His machines were dying. His automata were down. The half-built engines thrashed beneath swarms. Rippers climbed the throne steps in a living carpet. Gaunts leapt through flame and molten metal. A Tyranid warrior dragged itself forward with no lower body, still reaching for the cables that bound him to command. Malbrek looked through every furnace eye in the cathedral and saw no path to survival. Survival had stopped mattering cycles ago. He unlocked the furnace reactors. Warning runes screamed across his vision. The cathedral's old heart, built to smelt titan plate and demon engine hulls, opened beyond safe tolerance. Heat rose in columns. The floor cracked. Chains glowed. Corpses ignited without flame. Tyranids continued advancing because the will behind them did not value the bodies it spent. Malbrek drove his last mechadendrite into the reactor throne and held the ignition command in place with his own nervous system. The furnace reactors detonated in controlled sequence. Fire filled the cathedral from below, above, and within. Molten metal geysered from floor channels. Furnace skulls exploded in swarms. Half-built engines vanished in white heat. Thousands of Tyranids burned, their bodies curling, splitting, bursting, and dissolving into black silhouettes against the glare. The blast rolled through connected corridors, cleansing them in a wave of flame that stripped flesh from bone and paint from armor. Rippers reached Malbrek anyway. They climbed his legs, his throne, his cables. They chewed into the meat beneath his armor. Gaunts followed, slick with their own melting skin, claws striking sparks from his breastplate. A warrior drove a blade through his side and into the throne behind him. Malbrek remained fused to the ignition command, holding the reactors open as his body came apart. His last transmission reached Cordain through fire and static. Choke on iron. Then the repair cathedral became a sun beneath the fortress. Cordain did not have time to mark his death. He found Varrock's 9 among a knot of slave survivors near the pylon chapel's access corridor. The mortal was burned, limping, one side of his face blistered from acid, but still alive. That remained his only qualification. Cordain pointed toward a Tyranid-held corridor where bio-artillery pulsed behind a wall of gaunts. "Melter charges," he said. "Carry them into that passage. Place them at the base of the organisms. Detonate on my mark." Varrox looked into the corridor. He saw the moving wall of claws. He saw spore mines drifting in the smoke. He saw rippers feeding on wounded men who had not yet stopped moving. He saw an iron warrior without legs dragging himself into cover while firing a bolt pistol. He saw the melter packs stacked at his feet. Then he looked back at Cordain. No. The word sounded small. It was the first free thing Varrox had ever owned. The slaves beside him froze. Cordain's helm tilted by a fraction. "What did you say?" Varrox's throat worked. His entire body shook. He expected to die and discovered there was a difference between expecting death and kneeling to it. "No, Lord." The Iron Warrior beside Cordain raised his bolter and shot the 2 slaves nearest Varrox. One burst from the chest outward, ribs and lungs splattering the wall. The other lost his head in a wet detonation that sprayed Varrox with blood and bone chips. The Iron Warrior stepped closer. Refusal is statistically irrelevant. Varrox stared at the bodies. The melter charge was thrust into his hands. He took it because the corridor was full of Tyranids, and behind him were Iron Warriors, and between the two there was no mercy, only the shape of his next few breaths. Before he could move, the entire citadel lurched, not shook, not trembled, tilted. Deep beneath the central keep, Tremor Beast breached the final foundation. The wounded Trigon had reached the root of Ironblood Citadel's main tower. It did not need to climb the walls. It did not need to storm the gates. It struck the underside of the fortress with the patience of a drill and the hunger of a galaxy. Stone cracked, iron anchors bent, ancient support pylons sheared away from their housings. Foundation vaults collapsed into one another. The tower's roots, Those immense structural claws, driven into the planet by Kolvax's order centuries before, were eaten away, hollowed, broken, and flooded with living bodies. Above, Ironblood's main tower groaned. It leaned by a degree no human eye should have been able to notice, and every soul inside felt at once. Gun crews continued firing as the floor shifted beneath them. Macro cannons roared into the red sky, while their loading rails warped. Lascanon galleries spat beams through cracked embrasures. Heavy bolters hammered from windows now angled toward the corpse fields. Slaves slid screaming across tilted decks. Tyranids clawed upward through the fracture lines. Void shields flickered, trapped fire within, failed, returned, and failed again. Cordain braced one hand against the wall. The fortress was no longer being stormed. It was being digested. The central keep of Ironblood Citadel had been built to survive the death of the world around it. Now the world around it was dead, and the keep was learning that survival was not the same as victory. Draj Cordain gathered what remained of the 4th Legion beneath the highest ammunition reliquary in a vaulted kill hall whose walls were lined with guns and whose floor sloped by careful design toward drainage pits large enough to drink rivers of blood. The hall was called the Calculum Mortis, not as poetry, but as instruction. Every angle had been measured, every murder slit had been plotted, every wall contained recessed heavy bolters, Lascanon housings, flamer vents, grenade traps, and ammunition lockers sealed behind plates of iron. The Iron Warriors had built it as the final answer to any army arrogant enough to reach the heart of Kolvax's fortress. The army had reached it from below. There were not many Iron Warriors left. A few Terminators stood in the center of the chamber, their armor cracked, scorched, acid-scarred, and packed with dried alien gore. Their combi bolters were low on ammunition. Their power fists hummed with unstable energy. One had no left arm. Another had half his helm melted into the shape of a snarling skull, the red lens behind it still burning. Havocs crouched along the raised galleries with heavy bolters, autocannons, and missile launchers braced against their shoulders, their armor vents spitting heat. Wounded line warriors locked siege shields across the main entranceways. A handful of warsmith acolytes, lesser things compared to Malbrek Thane, but still iron-hearted and cruel, crawled across cable banks, feeding power to guns that should have died hours before. The last obliterators stood apart, swollen and twitching, their flesh-metal bodies forming weapons in spasms of need. Slave remnants huddled behind ammunition stacks, too exhausted to flee, too terrified to speak, too useful to be killed yet. Varrox 9 was among them. He had no rank worth naming anymore. The hazard stripes on his coat were buried beneath blood, ash, acid burns, and the brown filth of drainage pipes. One eye was crusted shut. His hands had been burned raw by melter charge casings. He had watched a warsmith die by rune and a fortress die by degrees. He had seen men choke in slave cities, demon engines eaten in the dark, titans fall into living wounds, and iron warriors fire through their own servants without pause. He had reached the center of the world and found no sanctuary there. Only another line, only another calculation. Above them, the inventory of ruin continued to assemble itself on failing displays. Outer fortresses silent, defiler vaults consumed, titan engines destroyed, buried, or compromised beyond recovery, slave armies expended, ammunition lines severed, corpse rendering plants lost, inner void shields unstable, warsmith Kolvax confirmed dead, tremor beast loose beneath the central keep, Leviathan organisms present in every structural layer of Ironblood Citadel. Forge Fane remained a fortress world only because its guns had not yet finished falling silent. Cordain stood beneath the black rune that had once borne Kolvax's authority. He had not taken the warsmith's title. He had not declared inheritance. There was no time for ambition, and no value in ruling ashes before the ashes had cooled. His armor was gouged from throat to greaves. One pauldron had been cracked open and sealed with emergency foam. His chain axe hung in his right hand, its teeth clogged with meat despite repeated cleansing cycles. His bolter rested mag locked to his thigh, almost empty. He opened a final tactical log, not for honor, not for remembrance, for vengeance. "Record begins," he said. The savant servitor at the nearest console twitched. Its lower body was gone, eaten away below the spine, but its hands remained wired to the keys. It obeyed. Cordain spoke as the fortress shook around him. Forge Fane did not fall to brute force alone. Initial surface assault was defeated by prepared fire lanes, layered void shield projection, orbital mine belts, macro artillery, flak saturation, Titan deployment, and demon engine counterattack. Enemy casualties exceeded all meaningful count. This did not degrade enemy function. It improved enemy assault patterning. A tremor passed through the hall. Dust fell from the ceiling. No one looked up. Leviathan adapted through multi-axis pressure. It maintained surface engagement to preserve ammunition drain and command distraction. It introduced low-altitude flight patterns, living artillery, toxic cover, infiltration organisms, and synapse coordination against command nodes. It used dead biomass as cover, scent marker, bridge material, and learning substrate. A distant boom rolled through the keep. Somewhere above, an artillery deck died. Primary decisive vector was subterranean assault. Trigon organisms and associated burrow strains bypassed surface fortress geometry. Enemy identified logistical dependencies, ammunition rails, promethium arteries, corpse processing systems, oxygen networks, slave reserves, shield relays, repair vaults. It did not seek merely to breach walls. It severed the systems that allowed walls to remain relevant. The Iron. Warriors listened in silence, not because they mourned the truth, but because truth was ammunition. Psychic suppression through the shadow in the warp degraded mortal command function, destabilized bound entities, interfered with warp rights, and increased demon engine unreliability. Synapse organisms prioritized officers and mechanisms after initial contact. Enemy used loss as reconnaissance. Enemy used death as measurement. Enemy demonstrates no honor, no fatigue, no morale structure, no exploitable hatred. His helm turned toward the lower breach gate, where the scraping sounds had begun again. Recommendation for any force receiving this log: deny ground, deny dead, deny logistics, burn tunnels before first contact, preserve no slave density near critical systems, do not assume fortress doctrine applies to organisms that learn by dying. A warsmith acolyte looked up from a sparking console. Transmission integrity compromised. Then carve it into the next shell, Cordain said. Fire it at anything still in orbit. The acolyte returned to work. Then the final assault came. There was no subtlety left in it. Billions of organisms overran the surface of Forge Fane, and beneath them, billions more climbed through the hollowed world. The sky, the ground, and the fortress interior ceased being separate battlefields. Chitin descended from the clouds. Chitin rose from the floors. Chitin filled the corridors, the trenches, the gun decks, the reactor shrines, the corpse vats, the bastion throats, and the cracks in the walls. The swarm did not attack the fortress in waves anymore. It entered the shape of the fortress and replaced it. On the surface, the last Chaos Titans died. Riva Maledictum Ferrum had lost its left weapon arm, one knee actuator, and most of its Princeps Moderati choir, but it still stood beyond the inner walls, firing down into a sea of Tyranids. Bio-Titans closed on it through the corpse haze, their bodies shielded by swarms climbing over their legs and backs. The Reaver's turbo laser cut one down, slicing through chitin, bone, and organ towers until the beast collapsed in a lake of black blood. Its apocalypse launcher emptied into the next, blasting craters through carapace and flesh. Then the swarm reached its feet. Gaunts climbed the leg armor and died by the thousands beneath defensive flamers. Rippers entered through damaged knee housings. Acid organisms burst against piston bundles. A bio-titan struck the Reaver's torso with a living battering ram limb and drove it sideways. The Reaver's war horn screamed across the battlefield, a sound like a god being butchered in a furnace. Harridans descended onto its upper carapace. Gargoyles clogged its censer shrines with their bodies. A second Biotitan drove talons through the cockpit shrine. Inside, the princeps remained wired to the machine. He felt the breach before he saw it. He felt claws through armor. He felt bodies entering the god engine through the wound. He felt his moderati die as rippers poured across their thrones. He felt teeth at the cables in his spine. He tried to command reactor overload, but a Tyranid warrior tore through the command dais and opened him from shoulder to hip while he was still fused to the manifold. His last sensation was not pain, but the machine's rage as it fell forward into the swarm. Another Titan, a warhound named Spite of Olympia, chose its own end. Dragged down by Trigon burrows opening beneath its feet, surrounded by a sea of gaunts and larger beasts, its princeps drove the reactor beyond containment. The engine's last war horn sounded once, short and contemptuous. Then its plasma heart became a temporary sun on Forge Fane's surface. The blast vaporized a Tyranid ocean, turned trenches into glass, erased several bastions already overrun, and lit Ironblood Citadel from below in white fire. The hive mind absorbed the absence, rerouted the living around the crater, and continued. In the Calculum Mortis, Cordain raised his chain axe. "Fire lanes open," he said. "Kill Synapse first. Everything else dies in order of obstruction." The breach gates blew inward. Gaunts filled the entrance in a living wall. The hall answered as designed. Heavy bolters thundered from the side galleries, their explosive rounds tearing bodies apart by the score. Lascannons fired from murder slits and punched through Tyranid warriors, leaving glowing holes through skulls and thoraxes. Flame events opened beneath the first wave, bathing the floor in promethium. Mines detonated under the press. Grenade launchers thumped. Missile teams fired crack rounds into larger organisms pushing from behind. The first wave disappeared into shredded meat, burning limbs, and black ichor. The second wave climbed over it. The perfect murder equation began. Every angle mattered. Every gun line overlapped with another. Every dying organism became a ramp that had already been predicted. Havocs fired until their barrels glowed. Terminators shot into the masses, then crushed anything that reached them with fists, boots, and power weapons. Obliterators screamed and bloomed weapons from their corrupted flesh. Plasma cannons, lascannons, melters, chain guns, all firing in grotesque sequence. A zoanthrope-like creature drifted into the hall, its skull pulsing with killing pressure. 3 lascannons struck it at once. Its head burst like a psychic sun, killing every slave within 10 paces and leaving the Iron Warriors standing in the backlash. For several minutes, the Calculum Mortis was perfect. Tyranids died in heaps. They filled the drainage slopes. They blocked the lower guns with bodies. They clogged chain-blade teeth. They drowned the floor in acid and blood. Bolters ran dry. Heavy weapons overheated. Autocannon barrels warped and split. A flamer operator burned until his fuel line ruptured and took him and half a brood with him. A Terminator vanished beneath Hormagaunts, rose again with 3 of them impaled on his armor, then fell when a Carnifex forced its way through the entrance and crushed him against the wall. Still, the swarm came. Varrox watched from behind an ammunition stack with a dead slave across his legs and a melter charge in his hands. He had stopped believing in choices, but the sight before him gave one truth back. The Iron Warriors and the Tyranids were not the same. The Iron Warriors were cruelty with memory, cruelty that kept accounts, cruelty that resented, compared, judged, hated, remembered slights, named failures, executed weakness, and built monuments to prove that pain could be arranged into doctrine. Their evil had ego, it had lineage, it had pride, it could speak. The Tyranids were cruelty without self, no malice, no triumph, no contempt, no desire to punish, no need to prove. They killed without the pleasure of killing. They ate without indulgence. They advanced without courage. They died without loss. They were annihilation by nature, and nature did not pause to admire what it destroyed. One was evil by choice. The other was the end of choices. A ripper crawled over the dead slave on Varrox's legs. He smashed it with the melter charge casing until it burst. Acid burned his fingers. He barely felt it. Cordain saw Tremorbeast return through the lower breach. Perhaps it was Tremorbeast. Perhaps it was one of its broodkin, grown in the same darkness, marked by the same purpose. The beast was ruined enough to be myth, and alive enough to be disaster. Its carapace was cracked. One eye cluster was gone. Its throat bore scars of melter fire and hammer strikes. Acid blood poured from old wounds, and still it dragged its colossal body through the breach, widening the opening for the swarm behind it. Cordain did not boast. He did not name Kolvax. He did not call the beast meat. He did not pretend the fortress would endure if he struck hard enough. He understood the enemy now. Understanding did not save him. It merely removed the last illusion. Central ammunition reliquary, he voxed. The warpsmith acolyte at the console looked up. Confirmed. Detonation authority transferred to me. Reliquary detonation will destroy the central keep. Yes. Estimated Tyranid biomass denial substantial. Fortress survival impossible. Cordain fired his bolt pistol into a gaunt that had leapt over the shield line. Fortress survival already impossible. Arm the charges. The acolyte obeyed. Deep beneath the calculum mortis, the central ammunition reliquary woke. It was the last great store of Ironblood Citadel, a mountain of macro shells, missile stock, plasma charges, melter warheads, promethium reservoirs, and forbidden ordnance locked behind sanctified blast walls. It had been placed beneath the keep so the fortress could feed its guns through any siege. Now it would feed the end. Cordain opened the internal vox. All remaining iron. Warriors, kill until detonation. Deny biomass. Deny silence. Iron within. The answer came from scattered channels. Broken, wounded, furious. Iron without. The final minutes were slaughter beyond order. Tremorbeast slammed into the shield line and broke it. A Terminator drove a chain fist into its jaw and was bitten in half, his lower body firing until the magazine emptied. An Obliterator grew too many guns at once and ruptured under its own mutation, detonating in a storm of plasma and bone. Havocs clubbed gaunts with empty weapons. Warpsmith acolytes used cutting torches as blades. Slaves were dragged screaming into the swarm or threw themselves forward with charges because the blast behind them was worse than teeth ahead. Varrox found himself beside Cordain at the foot of the reliquary control dais. The slave looked up at the Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior did not look back. "Lord," Varrox said, though he no longer knew why. Cordain put one boot against a fallen Tyranid warrior's skull and crushed it slowly beneath his weight. "Die facing them," he said. "It is the only useful posture left." Then he triggered the reliquary. The heart of Ironblood Citadel became fire. The detonation began beneath the floor as a white pressure that erased sound. Macro shells cooked off in chains. Plasma charges burst and ate the air. Melter warheads opened suns inside the stone. Promethium reservoirs became rivers of ignition. The blast rose through the central keep, shattering armor, flesh, chitin, iron, prayer plates, gun decks, command vaults, slave barracks, and the calculum mortis itself. Countless Tyranids died. Gaunts became vapor. Carnifexes were opened from within by pressure. Synapse beasts burst apart in flashes of psychic death. Rippers ignited in cracks. Trigon tunnels collapsed by the dozen. Tremorbeast or its broodkin vanished beneath falling iron and white flame, buried in the destruction it had made possible. Ironblood Citadel broke from the inside. The main tower split. Its upper guns fired as they fell, sending shells into the red sky, while the decks beneath them became fire. The walls sagged outward. Shield pylons overloaded and burst. Bastions slumped into the corpse fields. The central keep, answer to Perturabo, proof of Kolvax's equation, heart of Forge Fane's arrogance, shattered into a burning mountain of debris. The explosion did not save Forge Fane, it only changed the shape of the corpse. The hive mind absorbed the loss. Where tunnels collapsed, feeder organisms began opening new ones. Where broods were vaporized, others rerouted through cooling cracks. Where biomass burned, the swarm moved around the fire. Where iron fell, claws found seams. The death of the central keep was immense, but immensity did not matter to hunger, except as measurement. Cordain woke beneath rubble. He should not have woken at all. Half his body was gone below the waist, crushed under a slab of armor plate and stone. His left arm had vanished. His helm was cracked open, one lens dark, the other showing static and red light. Blood filled his throat and ran down the inside of his gorget. His armor's pain suppressors had failed. He felt everything. It changed nothing. Above him, through a narrow crack in the debris, he saw the sky of Forge Fane burning. Around him, something moved. Rippers crawled through the gaps in the rubble. Small things, pale-bellied, chitin-backed, teeth clicking. They came toward the blood, toward the warmth, toward what remained of him. Cordain tried to lift his bolter. It was gone. He tried to move his chain axe. It was buried somewhere beneath stone. He looked at the rippers and laughed once. The sound was wet and bitter. At the end, he understood the last equation. The Iron Warriors had built a world to survive hatred. They had built it against vengeance, ambition, crusade, rivalry, pride, and wrath. They had built it to endure enemies who wanted them dead, enemies who would bleed for the honor of breaking the wall, enemies who understood the meaning of victory and defeat. Leviathan had not hated them. It had simply hungered. The first Ripper reached his broken armor and began to chew. Forge Fane died by degrees, as all fortresses died when the last illusion was burned out of them. The first gun to fall silent was not the largest. It was a lesser macro battery mounted upon the shoulder of a broken bastion overlooking the western ash fields. Its barrel had fired until the recoil frame split, until the loading crew were dead, until the gun servitors fused to the cradle had cooked inside their own augmetic harnesses. For a while after the last shell left the muzzle, the weapon still tried to cycle. Its machine spirit shuddered in blind obedience, dragging an empty breach open and closed, as if persistence could summon ammunition from ruin. Then the Tyranids reached it from beneath. The battery collapsed inward, swallowed by the hollowed bastion, and its final sound was not thunder, but the long shriek of iron falling through the dark. After that, the others began to die. One by one, the guns of Forge Fane lost their voices. Some choked on ammunition feeds clogged with Tyranid bodies. Some overheated and split their barrels in petals of glowing metal. Some were buried when their towers sank into chambers, eaten hollow beneath them. Some continued firing until swarms climbed their housings, tore through their crews, and entered the sacred mechanisms through vents, joints, and maintenance cuts. Heavy bolters stuttered, jammed, and were covered by living carpets of rippers. Lascanon galleries flashed until power failed, and darkness took them. Missile shrines launched their final racks into skies so crowded with wings and spores that every explosion merely made room for more hunger. Ironblood Citadel burned in every direction. Its main tower leaned over the corpse fields, cracked from root to crown, its upper galleries still vomiting flame into the red heaven, even as the lower levels sagged into the tunnels below. The outer walls were split open like armor prized from a dead warrior's chest. Bastions that had withstood crusades slumped into their own foundations. Void shield pylons sparked, flared, died, returned in wounded half-halos, then vanished forever beneath sheets of bioplasma and internal collapse. The trenches overflowed. There was no mud left in them, only layered dead. Iron warriors lay half-buried among Tyranid organisms, their ceramite broken, their hazard stripes hidden under gore, ash, and alien fluids. Slaves lay in knots where they had died trying to flee, chains tangled around ankles, throats opened, faces eaten, hands still gripping useless rifles. Tyranid bodies filled the spaces between them, gaunts stacked in heaps, gargoyle wings plastered to trench walls, warrior corpses sagging over barricades with their skulls cracked and their synapse organs leaking. In places, the dead were so densely packed that the living swarm moved across them without touching the ground. The atmosphere became a sickness. Spores thickened the air until every remaining lumen beam showed them drifting in brown-green clouds. Ash fell like dark snow. Promethium smoke rolled low over the killing fields, mixing with digestion vapors from the first capillary growths. The stink was immense, too large for a human mind to separate into parts. Burned chitin, cooked flesh, ruptured intestines, acid, oil, blood, dead machinery, alien musk, demon residue, corpse fat, and the sweet rot of biomass already turning liquid. What had been a fortress world became a planetary carcass. Hive fleet Leviathan began to feed. The first capillary towers rose from shell craters and collapsed trench mouths, pushing upward through rubble like pale, veined organs. They were not built. They grew. Their surfaces pulsed wetly beneath membranes slick with digestive secretions. Tendrils spread from them into the ground, through ferrocrete, into corpse piles, through armor seams, around shattered guns, and down into the tunnels where Ironblood Citadel had been opened. Digestion pools formed wherever the land had been broken deepest. They filled old impact craters, artillery pits, collapsed bunkers, and the hollows left by detonated magazines. Their surfaces bubbled with acid, enzymes, blood, and half-dissolved matter. Feeder organisms stripped the battlefields. They swarmed over iron warriors and slaves with the same tireless hunger, finding gaps in plate, cutting through seals, entering through wounds, taking the soft parts first and the harder parts later. A dead legionary in Terminator plate lay with one fist still clenched around a broken gaunt's neck. Rippers entered through the cracks in his armor and began eating him from within. Hours later, the plate sagged as the body inside lost shape. Eventually, even the flesh fused around augmetics was pulled into. The pools and the armor itself was left as a husk to be softened, mined, or buried under growing alien structures. Demon engine flesh was not spared. The remains of the Defiler cohorts, scattered through the deep vaults and lower roads, were found by things without fear of the warp. Brass cages were split. Binding chains were gnawed clean of organic residue. Demon meat trapped in iron housings was reduced to slurry, while the entities inside screamed, raged, and flickered beneath the oppressive silence of the shadow in the warp. The hive mind did not bargain with them. It did not enjoy their pain. It simply rendered what could be rendered and ignored what could not be eaten. Tyranid corpses were consumed alongside everything else. The swarm wasted nothing. Dead gaunts were broken down. Dead warriors were pulled apart. Burned gargoyles, ruptured biotitans, shattered spores, feeder beasts killed by their own overfeeding, all of it entered the same pools. Iron warriors, slaves, mutants, servitors, demon flesh, Tyranid dead, fortress fungi grown in the damp beneath old walls, leather coats, bone charms, gene-forged organs, human grease, alien ichor, all became wet chemistry beneath the towers. Forge Fane had spent centuries turning lives into ammunition. Leviathan turned everything into itself. Some iron warriors survived the breaking of the central keep. They did not survive long. A squad of Havocs reached an evacuation silo beneath a collapsed eastern tower and found the launch cradle still powered. Their armor was cracked, their ammunition almost gone, their sergeant carrying the helm of a dead Captain Mag locked to his belt as proof of command transfer. They shot the slave crews because the mortals were blocking the lift. They sealed the silo hatch. They began the ascent toward an orbital cutter that no longer answered hails. The silo walls opened halfway up. Raveners came through maintenance ducts and old cable channels. The Havocs fought in the rising lift cage, heavy bolters firing muzzle to mouth, autocannons blasting coils apart, crack grenades thrown into the dark between impacts. They killed everything that entered until the lift jammed and a larger organism punched through the floor. By the time the cage reached the upper cradle, only blood, torn armor, and 3 living gaunts emerged with it. Another band of Iron Warriors tried to overload a reactor shrine beneath the southern bastion chain. They made it to the control altar through corridors filled with rippers, carrying plasma charges and the severed hand of a warsmith whose genetic authority still opened the locks. They armed the shrine, fired until their bolters ran dry, then fought with chain axes in the reactor glow. When the swarm buried them, one warrior bit through the throat of a gaunt that had torn away his helm. Another crushed rippers with his bare hands after losing both weapons. The last stood with a cracked power fist raised over the detonation rune. The reactor did not explode. A feeder organism had already eaten the relay bundle. They died in darkness, fists and teeth, and spite against numberless hunger. There were no surrenders, not because the Iron Warriors had no capacity to kneel, though most did not. Not because the Tyranids refused terms, though they did. There was simply no meeting point between defiance and appetite. Leviathan did not accept surrender, because surrender was a concept belonging to enemies. The swarm had no enemies. It had obstacles, nutrients, threats, pressures, and roots. A warrior lowering his weapon was meat that moved less. A warrior raising his weapon was meat that moved more. Both were ended. Tremor Beast was never found in a form the dying defenders could name with certainty. Some said the beast died beneath the central keep, when the ammunition reliquary turned the roots of Ironblood Citadel into white fire. There were signs enough for that belief. Vast chitin plates lay fused into the rubble. Acid blood had burned channels through fallen stone. A tunnel wider than a fortress gate ended in a collapsed pit full of cooked alien tissue and broken iron. A creature that large, that wounded, could have gone no farther. Others, had there been enough living minds left to speak of it, might have said it vanished downward. Long after the keep shattered, tremors still moved beneath the digestion fields. Capillary towers tilted as something passed below them. Feeder organisms avoided certain cracks until the heat faded. The earth under Ironblood Citadel shifted again and again, as if a massive wounded body dragged itself through the lower stone while the planet was consumed above. Leviathan raised no banner for it. The Tyranids carved no marks into the dead citadel. They made no trophy of Kolvax's passing. They did not gather around Tremor Beast if it died. They did not protect it if it lived. The beast had been a function, a burrow, a blade, a pressure point applied until iron opened. The function had been fulfilled. Varrox 9 crawled through the ruins of an ammunition chapel, with one arm dragging uselessly behind him. He did not remember the reliquary blast. He remembered white light, Cordaine's voice, the weight of falling stone, and the sensation of flying without moving. When he woke, his mouth was full of ash. One leg had been pinned beneath a corpse in Iron Warrior's plate. The corpse saved him from being crushed entirely. The irony almost made him laugh, until he realized the dead legionary's blood was leaking through broken armor onto his face. He freed himself by tearing skin from his own thigh. Now he crawled. The ammunition chapel had once been a place of order. Shells had been stacked in sacred rows. Brass plaques had named campaigns of the Long War. Gun servitors had stood in alcoves, awaiting loading commands. Priests with burned-out tongues had anointed macro shells with oil, blood, and powdered bone. Every munition had been a promise that someone, somewhere, would die according to Kolvax's will. Now the chapel was split open beneath the red sky. Dead Iron Warriors lay among the shells. Some had been torn apart. Some had died locked in firing posture. armor still braced against collapsed barricades. One sat against a pillar with his helm removed and half his skull gone, his hand still holding a combat knife driven through a ripper pinned to his chest. Another had been opened by acid from throat to stomach, exposing blackened organs and augmetic supports. Around them, feeder organisms moved with quiet urgency, pulling scraps of flesh into pools forming between shell cradles. Varrox dragged himself past a fallen banner of the 4th Legion. He had once thought serving monsters made him something more than the meat they ruled. The hazard stripes on his coat had felt like proximity to power. The shock maul in his hand had felt like authority. He had looked down on chained men because an Iron Warrior had looked down on him, and he had mistaken borrowed cruelty for strength. Now the truth lay around him in pieces. Serving monsters had not made him one of them. It had placed him closer to the front of the feast. A ripper emerged from beneath a dead slave and turned toward him. Varrox reached for his pistol and found no pistol. He reached for the broken pipe at his belt and found only an empty loop. The creature came closer, teeth clicking, head tilting with no curiosity behind it. More appeared behind it, small pale shapes crawling through ash and blood. Varrox rolled onto his back. Above him, through the broken roof of the ammunition chapel, he could see the sky of Forge Fane. It was no longer the sky he had served beneath. The clouds moved in organic sheets. Spores drifted like dust from a butchered god. Capillary towers rose in the distance where gun spires had stood. The air itself seemed to pulse. He thought of the first man he had watched die for misaligning a shell by a finger's width. He thought of Hask being peeled open by the lictor. He thought of Cordain telling him to die facing the enemy. He thought of Kolvax, whose name had once made overseers stand straighter and slaves tremble harder, reduced to a black rune and a wet crunch in the dark. Varrox did not find redemption. There was none to find. He found understanding. The rippers reached him. He did not scream for long. From orbit, Forge Fane no longer resembled a weapon. It resembled a wound. The once impenetrable defense network hung silent around the planet. Orbital bastions drifted dark, some ruptured by bioships, others intact but crewless, their guns cold, their vox shrines dead. Mine belts were shredded into glittering debris fields. Defense platforms spun slowly, trailing atmosphere, ichor, and frozen bodies. No void shield halos shimmered over the world. No lance batteries fired. No macro cannon wrath answered the living ships that descended through the upper atmosphere like predators lowering their mouths to carrion. The surface changed color as the digestion spread. Black iron became wet red. Ash wastes became slick brown. Trench belts filled with green vapor. Citadels cracked open and sprouted pale towers from within. Shell craters turned into digestion pools. Mountain vaults, once packed with ammunition, split under internal pressure as feeder organisms and acid secretions entered their depths. Poisoned seas, already dead before Leviathan came, became chemical reservoirs for stranger hungers. The bones of the fortress world softened. Forge Fane had been an Iron Warrior's fortress world. Then it became a battlefield, then a carcass, then less than that, a dead world in the making. It had not fallen because it was weak. Weak worlds had died before the first true assault. Weak worlds had screamed into the void and vanished beneath the shadow in the warp without teaching Leviathan anything worth remembering. Forge Fane had killed beyond counting. It had burned the sky. It had shattered bioships, annihilated broods, buried trigons, vaporized seas of chitin, and forced the hive mind to spend life on a scale that would have broken any mortal empire's courage. Forge Fane fell because it was strong in one direction. It had been built against armies, against titans, against sieges, against bombardments, against prideful enemies who approached walls because walls were symbols, because banners must be planted, because commanders wished to prove that one will could break another. The Iron Warriors understood such enemies. They were such enemies. They had built their fortress to answer hatred with hatred, fire with fire, iron with iron. Hive Fleet Leviathan was not an army in the human sense. It was hunger with strategy. It did not need to hate the wall to bypass it. It did not need to respect the fortress to learn its arteries. It did not need to defeat the Iron Warriors in the manner the Iron Warriors understood defeat. It only needed access, pressure, adaptation, and time measured in bodies. A final distress signal escaped Forge Fane after the death of Ironblood Citadel. It came from an orbital bastion with no living crew, transmitted by a damaged machine spirit following a command protocol issued before its last overseer died. The shadow in the warp tore at it as it fled. Static ate it. Psychic pressure distorted it. Fragments broke away and died between stars. What remained was little more than a wound given sound. Kolvax dead. Defilers lost. Beneath us, Tremor Beast. Ironblood breached. No relief. No ground. Burn the dead. Deny the deep. Iron within. Iron without. The message reached no rescue fleet in time. Perhaps no fleet could have come. Perhaps some other warsmith heard it cycle through corrupted Vox static months or years later and felt not grief, but insult. Perhaps it became a warning, archived in a bitter fortress far from Forge Fane, studied by cold eyes and dismissed by colder pride. Perhaps it became a challenge, because the sons of Perturabo had always mistaken survival for proof that the next wall would hold. The galaxy would remember Forge Fane in fragments, a fortress world that rivaled nightmares, a bastion of the Long War, a citadel whose walls had been called impossible, a grave for slave armies, demon engines, titans, and iron warriors, a proof that even the greatest strongholds of traitor pride could be opened, entered, hollowed, and rendered into matter for a hunger older than their grudges. The Iron Warriors were terrifying siege masters. Leviathan was something worse than a besieger. It was the end state of war. All fortresses opened, all defenders consumed, all pride rendered into nutrient matter, all walls made temporary, all guns made quiet, all victories reduced to the interval before feeding. Forge Fane turned beneath the Hive Fleet, silent at last. Iron endured, iron broke, hunger remained.